quit spreading disinformation because you called them reporters. No, that wasn't disinformation as it turns out.
Fuck. It's so annoying listening to other women be annoying.
This morning, 30 years in this industry.
There's nothing in my pocket for you.
It's funny. So my son, my youngest son, is 14 now.
Frolic.
The Western duopoly led by Airbus and Boeing in owning the commercial passenger jet space is about to meet a new challenger in the air. Russia's MC-21 airliner is now certified to take flight, and China has been developing one of their own to complement their highly rated Cathay Pacific Airlines. This as Boeing has suffered years-long fallout from their fatally flawed MAX jet. So joining us to discuss this is Captain Dennis Tager. He is a spokesman for the Allied Pilots, a union representing a number of working commercial pilots. Captain, good to see you. Now, as an active commercial jet pilot yourself, how curious are you about the new Russian MC-21? Can there really be any new competition in the commercial airspace?
Well, competition is good. There's always room. Whether or not it's successful, we'll see. But if it ups the game of Boeing and Airbus, who obviously dominate the space, and for good reason. Yeah, Boeing was horrid with the MAX, and they're having 787 delivery issues. That is the truth. But dealing with that truth, we also know that there's a long history of producing product. It got behind a curve on this one. Airbus has got its 320 XLR and even more longer range Neo. So game on. We welcome that competition, and everybody will be better for it. But we're going to watch closely. We're going to, as pilots, we're going to want to see not just the fancy cabin shots, but what's in the cockpit, and what's the technology behind it. Because ultimately, no matter who makes the airplane, we're the final line of defense of keeping the passengers safe, and that's what's most important to us.
Absolutely, and as a traveler, I'm happy to hear that. Now, given the political climate in the U.S. right now, do you think that might impact sales of the new Russian commercial jet or the still in development Chinese one?
Well, there's always political pressure with commercial pressure, so they manage to work themselves out. But sure, the more intertwined our economies become, that's more likely that we're going to find a way to get along. So we're going to watch this closely. We're watching, I read an article that I think over 40% of the Russian aircraft we're talking about is made of composite material. So, that's unique. We have that here in the U.S., but not to that level. And also the supply chain issues. Those engines are U.S. made. I think at Pratt & Whitney. So there's a lot of overlap, and that's really good to see, because it sounds like the best of all technology coming together. And again, the more intertwined we are in aviation, as long as on the basis of producing a safe and most efficient, comfortable airplane, I think we're all going to be better for it. And perhaps, when I fly, the borders rip beneath me, and I don't even notice other than a few frequency changes. So up there in the sky, there's airspace. But it's human beings.
She loves it. Like, you guys have the same running demon inside you.
Do that no matter what country makes
like some fucking fetus that's been sitting there for 11 years.
Now, with so much bad news surrounding Boeing jets,
Look at my face.
Years, I've heard from a number of passengers that they try to avoid booking flights.
Yeah, it should fucking do a lot of things, Cam. You should make a fucking birthday cake. I would love to make a birthday cake right now. Except I'm trying to keep my fucking animals out from under my feet. I want to die.
Boeing jets out of fear.
Let me see. Second of my life.
A hybrid electric aircraft would be an aircraft that would leverage electric motor, electric propulsion, in addition to the traditional fuel sources that we have today. Just like you would have a hybrid electric car, you could have a hybrid electric aircraft.
We've become a car culture, and it's hard to break out of that cycle. We have very powerful oil
We don't
lobbies,
like
car
that things being taken away
manufacturing
from
lobbies, aviation
There's a
lobbies,
fire.
all the entities that the high-speed rail would have to compete with.
There's a lot of people who think that you can buy autonomous vehicles today, especially when you can go out and buy a car, buy an option that's called full self-driving and pay for that. The fact is, it does not exist today.
China has the fastest and largest high-speed rail network in the world. The country has more than 19,000 miles of high-speed rail, the vast majority of which was built in the last decade. Japan's bullet trains can reach speeds of almost 200 miles per hour and date back to the 1960s. They've become a staple for domestic travel and have moved more than 9 billion people without a single passenger casualty. France began service of the high-speed TGV train in 1981, and the rest of Europe quickly followed. And high-speed rail is quickly expanding all over the world, in places like India, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iran, and Morocco. And then there's the US. The US used to be one of the world's global leaders in rail, but after World War II, there was a massive shift.
If you look at the United States prior to 1945, we had a very extensive rail system everywhere. It all was working great, except the number of companies in the auto and oil industries decided that for them to have a prosperous future, they really needed to basically help phase out all the rail and get us all into cars.
The inflexible rails, permanently embedded in cobblestone, were paved over to provide smooth, comfortable transportation via diesel motor coach.
General Motors, Firestone Tire, Standard Oil, and a few other companies that got together, and they were able to buy up all the nation's streetcar systems and then quickly start phasing out service and literally dismantling all the systems over about a 10-year span.
In the 1950s, President Dwight Eisenhower signed a bill to create the National Interstate System. It allocated about $25 billion to build 41,000 miles of highways. The federal government paid for 90% of that, the states covered the final 10, and rail fell by the wayside.
Can't you see that this highway means a whole new way of life for the children? And a way of life that we have a chance to help plan and to build.
We dedicated a huge amount of dollars to building automobile infrastructure in the middle of the 20th century, and we're still kind of attached to that model of development.
We went from a rail-served country to a auto-dependent nation by the 1960s.
We've become a car culture, and it's hard to break out of that cycle. Not to mention the fact that in our political system, we have very powerful oil lobbies, car manufacturing lobbies, aviation lobbies, all the entities that the high-speed rail would have to compete with.
This is the American dream of freedom on wheels.
We average some 850 cars per 1,000 inhabitants in the U.S. In China, it's only 250.
And we've never gone back. But according to some, this country's transportation ecosystem is reaching a tipping point.
When you look at what's happening with the corridor development, again, states across the U.S. who are recognizing they are running out of space to expand their highways or interstates. There are limits at airports. There's aviation congestion. So what are the options?
A better rail system is one and could come with significant benefits.
It's largely an environmental good to switch from air traffic and car traffic to electrified high-speed rail. That's a much lower emission way of traveling. When the high-speed rail between Madrid and Barcelona in Spain came into operation, and air travel just plummeted between those cities, and everyone switched over to high-speed rail, which was very convenient. People were happy to do it. They weren't forced to switch. They did it because it was a nicer option to take high-speed rail.
There's a sort of a rule of thumb for trips that are under 3 or 4 hours in trip length from city to city, those usually end up with about 80 or 90% of the travel market from aviation. Where rail exists and it's convenient and high speed, it's very popular. America, I think, is waking up to this idea that rail is a good investment for transportation infrastructure.
One survey showed 63% of Americans would use high-speed rail if it was available to them. Younger people want it even more. Right now, the main passenger rail option in the U.S. is Amtrak. It's operated as a for-profit company, but the federal government is its majority stakeholder. Train systems reaching top speeds of over 110 to 150 miles per hour are generally considered high speed. One of Amtrak's lines could be considered as such. That's its Acela line in the Northeast Corridor running between D.C., New York, and Boston.
One of the challenges we face is that the Northeast Corridor has a lot of curvature, a lot of
I'm not going to okay. Gesundheit, child. Omicron. Can be like Star Wars. Like sad. Well, it depends on who you're asking. So if I can do every day. I can start water. Huh? Awesome. Take cracking in. Well, shit. Okay. Checo. Is that where you're chilling? Cool. Dog. Let's get there. That's why I pay so much for you. Good lot. Forever. See, nothing up here. That'd be more exciting than what fucking literally down there. Okay. No. Fucking.
Beyond the tree, we really operate Acela Express on an alignment that in some places was designed back in the 1900s. And so it really was never designed for high-speed rail.
And while the Acela line can reach up to 150 miles per hour, it only does so for 34 miles of its 457 mile span. Its average speed between New York and Boston is about 65 miles per hour, which is in stark contrast to China's dedicated high-speed.
Aw, thank you, Cam. I love you too. That made me feel much better. Well, at least someone thinks I'm pretty.
Rail system which regularly travels at over 200 miles per hour. But some people are trying to fix that. In 2008, California voted yes on high-speed rail. Now, a decade later, construction is underway in the Central Valley of the state. And right now, it is the only truly high-speed rail system under construction in the U.S.
Ultimately, high-speed rail is a 520-mile project that links San Francisco to Los Angeles and Anaheim. That's phase one. And it's a project that's being built in building blocks. So the one behind me is the largest building block that we're starting with, this 119-mile segment.
This segment will run from Bakersfield to Merced. Eventually, the plan is to build a line from San Francisco to Anaheim, just south of LA. But as it stands, the state is almost $50 billion short of what it needs to actually do that.
The current project, as planned, would cost too much and respectfully take too long. There's been too little oversight and not enough transparency. We do have the capacity to complete a high-speed rail link between Merced and Bakersfield.
After Gavin Newsom made that speech, President Trump threatened to pull federal funding for the project.
We'll continue to seek other funding. We hope the federal government will resume funding contributing new funds to the project. I think in the future, as the federal government has funded major construction of infrastructure over time, they'll again direct money to high-speed rail, because in fact, it's not just California, but other states are also interested in high-speed rail systems.
To complete the entire line as planned, the official estimate is now over $77 billion, and it's unclear where the money will come from. So why is it so expensive?
Part of the problem in California, the big price tag is getting through the Tehachapi, very expensive tunneling, or over the Pacheco Pass to get into San Jose from the Central Valley. Eastern China, the flatlands of Japan, where they built the Shinkansen. All of those are settings where they didn't incur the very high expense of boring and tunneling that we face. So the costs are different.
And a lot of the money is spent before construction can even begin.
Just in this little segment here alone, we're dealing with the private property owner, we're dealing with a rail company, we're dealing with the state agency, and so just the whole coordination. Then we're dealing with a utility company. Just in this very small section, we had to relocate 2 miles of freeway, and that was roughly $150 million per mile. So there's a lot of moving pieces to anywhere we start constructing.
China is the place that many folks compare. They have like 29,000 kilometers of high-speed rail, and 20 years ago they had none. So how have they been able to do it so quickly? And part of it is that the state owns the land. They don't have private property rights like we have in the U.S. You don't have the regulations we have in terms of labor laws and environmental regulations that add the cost. It also delays the projects.
For some reason, and I've never really quite seen an adequate explanation as to why, costs to build transit or many big infrastructure projects are just dramatically higher than in other parts of the world, including in other advanced countries. But the bottom line is we're really bad at just building things cheaply and quickly in the U.S. in general.
So it's not just rail infrastructure that is expensive. All transportation infrastructure is.
Just the physical investment in a freeway usually will be 5 to 8 to 10 million per mile. But if you add seismic issues and land acquisition and utilities and environmental mitigation and remediation of soils and factors like that, it can become as high as 100 or 200 million a mile. The numbers for high-speed rail can vary anywhere from 20 to 80 million per mile.
The big reason why America is behind on high-speed rail is primarily money. We don't commit the dollars needed to build these systems. It's really as simple as that. And it's largely a political issue. We don't have political leaders who really want to dedicate the dollars needed.
There's a lot of forces in America that really don't want to see rail become our major mode of transportation, especially because it will affect passenger numbers on airplanes. It'll affect the use of autos. So you have the politics, the message shaping, and then the straight advertising. And all three of those coordinate and work together to keep America kind of focused on cars and not focused on rail.
Some of the earliest support for rail came from the Nixon administration. Some of the original capital subsidies and operating subsidies for urban transit came from the Republican parties. I think it's only more recently that maybe this has shifted, that more liberal-leaning folks who care about climate and a whole host of urban issues have really argued for investing very heavily in rail.
If you had Democratic leadership in the Senate and a different president, or potentially some leverage for a president to sign a new budget bill with some dollars for high-speed rail, that could override those objections from Republicans in Congress. But I think it's mostly ideological. They're big on highways. They're big on things like toll roads. They don't want the government spending dollars on this kind of project, and they see it as something those socialist European countries do, but not something that should be done in car-loving America.
In my judgment, it would take a very strong federal commitment, almost sort of a post-Second World War interstate highway kind of large-scale national commitment.
This is why some high-speed rail projects are trying to avoid public funding altogether. One company, Texas Central, plans to build a bullet train from Houston to Dallas without using a dime of taxpayer money.
We're taking what is a laborious, unreliable 4-hour drive, if you're lucky, and turning that into a reliable, safe 90 minutes. And when you look at that as a business plan being driven by data, this is the right place to build the first high-speed train in the United States.
The Texas project is backed by investors motivated to make a profit and will use proven Japanese rail technology. Texas Central's goal is to complete the project by 2025. Another private company is even further along with its rail system in Florida. It's expanding its higher speed train from Miami to Orlando.
Orlando is the most heavily visited city in the United States. Miami, the most heavily visited international city in the United States. It's too far to drive. It's too short to fly. We had the rail link, and that was really the genesis of the project.
Wes Edens has invested heavily in Florida's rail project, which used to be called Brightline. Brightline recently rebranded to Virgin Trains as the company partnered with Richard Branson's Virgin Group.
The team at Brightline, which is now called Virgin Trains, has proven that it can work, that people actually want to get out of their cars and they'd love to be on trains.
In order to reach profitability, the company sacrificed speed to save money.
If you want to really go high speed, you have to grade separate. So you basically have to build a bridge for 250 miles that you then put a train on. That sounds hard and it sounds expensive, and it's both of those things. So a huge difference in cost, a huge difference in time to build, and not that much of a reduction in service.
And now tech companies are getting involved with infrastructure projects. In the Pacific Northwest, a high-speed rail plan is underway to connect Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver. Microsoft contributed $300,000 towards research for the project.
A number one priority for Microsoft as well is to really see and pursue this high-speed rail effort happen.
If you look at around the United States, where all the Fortune 500 companies are located, they all are in a similar situation to Microsoft. The housing is unaffordable, traffic congestion is epic, it's too hard to get anywhere and to get employees. So high-speed rail can solve this same exact problem in numerous regions around the United States.
So is the private sector the answer to bringing high-speed rail to the U.S.?
If the private sector wants to invest in transportation, and as long as it's not impinging on the public taxpayers, I don't see a problem with the private sector moving forward. And I think there is some truth that the private sector is going to have much more of an incentive to hurry up on the construction and get things done more quickly, more cheaply. That said, the private sector still has to operate with the oversight and the regulatory responsibilities of the public sector. So, for example, environmental review doesn't go away just because it's a private sector project. Labor standards don't go away. The difference is that they don't have to keep trying to sell a project to the public for a vote to raise taxes or sell bonds.
Some people remain optimistic that the U.S. can catch up to the rest of the world and have a robust, high-speed rail system.
We're building that right now behind us. This 119-mile segment that we want to expand with the money we already have to 170 miles. It's going to serve a population of 3 million people in the Central Valley. So it's not only do I believe, but it's under construction.
A lot of activity is now taking shape. State rail authorities have been shaped in 4 or 5 states. So they're actually taking these on now as a legitimate project and moving forward.
I think the future is very bright for train travel in the United States. There's broad consensus with our policy leaders in industry that it's time to move an infrastructure bill, and that will certainly help kickstart U.S. rail.
Others are much less confident.
I wish I were a little more optimistic. It's just very difficult to make the economics work here. No one has embraced it as a strong part of their political platform. There's just too many other tough, pressing problems we're facing.
I don't see us catching up to where the rest of the world is. It would take such a massive infusion of dollars for that to happen in California, and probably waiving a number of environmental requirements and some other government regulations that hinder the quick deployment of these projects in favor of other values.
My own instincts are that it's going to be decades and decades and decades before you'll be able to go a one-seat trip from San Diego to Sacramento or San Francisco. It'd be nice if there was just one simple answer. It's this litany of factors that collectively add up that make this so hard to pull off in the United States.
Instead of retrofitting cars with sensors and computers and saying, hey, here's a self-driving car, we think there's an opportunity to create a new type of vehicle that from the very beginning is designed to move people around autonomously.
More companies are trying to bring self-driving cars to the masses than ever before, yet a truly autonomous vehicle still doesn't exist. And it's not clear if or when our driverless future will arrive. Proponents like Elon Musk have touted an aggressive timeline but missed their goals. And others in the industry have also missed projections.
Well, our goal is to deploy these vehicles in 2019, so you'll have the options and not drive.
It's not happening in 2020. It's happening today.
We wanted to check in. Where exactly are we with self-driving cars? And when can we expect them to be part of our daily lives?
The current state of driverless cars is very interesting because we've passed what people refer to as peak hype, and we've entered what's called the trough of disillusionment, which is even people within the industry are saying, gee, it turns out this is a lot harder than we thought.
We're definitely not anywhere near as far along as a lot of people thought we would be 3 years ago. But I think over the last 18 to 24 months, there's been a real injection of reality.
There was a sense maybe a year or two ago that, our algorithms are so good, we're ready to launch. We're going to launch driverless cars in any minute. And then obviously there's been these setbacks of people getting killed or accidents happening. And now we're a lot more cautious.
Several big players have begun to walk back their predictions on how soon we could see this technology. Even Waymo's chief external officer admitted that the hype around its self-driving cars has become unmanageable. The technology has come a long way, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
There's the perception, which is using the sensors to figure out what's around the vehicle and the environment around the vehicle. Prediction, figuring out what those road users are going to be doing next in the next few seconds. Turns out that the perception and especially prediction are really, really hard problems to solve.
Companies tackling self-driving today are taking two general approaches. Some are building a self-driving car from the ground up. Others are developing the brains that drive the car. An early leader was Google, who started its self-driving car project in 2009. Known as Waymo today, the company is developing hardware and software that can function as the brains in a self-driving car. Aurora is taking a similar approach. Founded in 2017 by early players from Uber, Tesla, and Google's self-driving initiatives, it's already raised $620 million in funding from Amazon and other big-name investors.
Aurora is testing vehicles on the road in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and out here in the Bay Area. We don't yet let the public in our cars. Our cars are on the road. We have 2 of our test operators in there. The technology we're building can operate from a compact electric car to a minivan to even a big long-haul truck.
Argo AI and Aptiv are examples of other companies taking a similar approach. Lyft is developing its own self-driving systems now too, and offering self-driving rides on its app through partnerships in select areas.
Self-driving is too big for just one company and one effort. And if you look at our strategy, that is why we're working with partners on the open platform, Aptiv and Waymo, and why we're building the tech here.
Companies like Tesla, Zoox, and GM, with its Cruise division, are making their own vehicles, aiming for self-driving cars that can operate in all environments.
This is the engineering challenge of our generation. We've raised $7.25 billion of capital. We have deep integration with both General Motors and Honda, which we think is essential when you're building mission-critical safety systems and building those in a way that you can deploy them at a very large scale.
Cruise, which was acquired by General Motors in 2016, has been testing its fleet of vehicles in San Francisco with safety drivers on board.
To give you a sense for the magnitude of the difference between suburban driving and what we're doing every day on the streets of San Francisco, our cars on average see more activity of 1 minute of San Francisco driving than they see in 1 hour of driving in Arizona.
Zoox, led by the former chief strategy officer at Intel, is working on creating an all-in-one self-driving taxi system with plans to launch in 2020.
Instead of retrofitting cars with sensors and computers and saying, hey, here's a self-driving car, we think there's an opportunity to create a new type of vehicle that from the very beginning was designed to move people around autonomously.
Nissan and Tesla both have semi-autonomous systems on the roads today. Tesla's has been available in beta on its vehicles since 2015, and drivers have been known to use the current system hands-free. Tesla's promising full self-driving software is just around the corner.
It's going to be high-speed. It still doesn't appear that will be, at least in limited and early access release of a feature-complete full self-driving feature this year.
I think Tesla is actually a lot further back than they would like the world to believe they are, because they are in fact so much more limited in terms of their hardware.
Others are making self-driving shuttles that operate along designated routes only, or focusing on trucks with long-haul highway routes. And then there are companies like Ghost and Comma AI, working on aftermarket kits, essentially hardware that could be installed in older cars to bring them new self-driving capabilities one day. For all players in this space, the path ahead is filled with challenges. Chief among them, proving the technology is safe.
Driverless systems have to meet a very high safety bar that has to be better than a human before they're deployed at scale.
There are no federally established standards or testing protocols for automated driving systems in the US today, but there have been fatal crashes.
Woman named Elaine Hertzberg was killed by an autonomous Uber with a safety driver who was paying no attention. This woman was crossing the street, walking her bicycle, should easily have been seen by the autonomous vehicle, was not, was run over, nobody stepped on the brakes.
In 2016, a Tesla fan named Joshua Brown died in a crash while using autopilot hands-free in Florida. Other autopilot-involved accidents are now under investigation. Still, the industry is hopeful that autonomous vehicles will make the roads far safer than they are today.
Really, the kind of 0 to 1 moment for the industry will be when we can remove those safety drivers safely, and the vehicle can operate without the presence of any human.
Others, like Elon Musk, have said, it's almost irresponsible not to have these vehicles out there because they are safer and will be safer than human drivers. Even if we could say that an autonomous vehicle was better than a human driver, it doesn't mean that an autonomous vehicle is better than a human driver plus all of the advanced driver assist systems we have.
When looking at when the tech could actually be ready, one of the principal metrics touted by companies is the number of miles driven. But not all miles are created equal when testing automated systems.
You could take an autonomous vehicle and go, put it on an oval track, or just a straight road, and you could drive 100 million miles. But that's not really going to tell you much about how well the system actually functions, because it's not encountering the kinds of things that are actually challenging in a driving environment.
Testing self-driving vehicles out on public roads isn't enough. They need to be exposed to every imaginable scenario, so companies rely on simulation.
We can create situations that we're basically never going to see or very rarely see. So, for example, we might want to simulate what happens as a bicycle comes through an intersection, runs a red light, and crashes into the side of our car. Turns out that doesn't happen very often in the real world, but we want to know that if that happens, our vehicles are going to do something safe. Basically allow the car to practice up in the cloud instead of on the road.
When you're testing autonomous vehicles out on public roads, not only are the people riding in that car part of the experiment, but so is everybody else around you. And they didn't consent to being part of an experiment.
I remain concerned that humans will be used as test dummies. Instead of self-certification and deregulation, I want to see strong, independent safety regulations from the agencies in front of us today. The self-certification approach did not work out well for the Boeing 737 MAX 8, and now Boeing is paying the price. We should heed that lesson when it comes to finding out the best way to deploy autonomous vehicles.
Lawmakers held hearings this month to figure out how to keep the public safe without holding back self-driving innovation. In September, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration released new federal guidelines for automated driving systems, but they're only voluntary suggestions at this point. State legislation is farther along. As of October, 41 states have either enacted laws or signed executive orders regulating autonomous vehicles. With regulatory questions looming, it's no surprise that self-driving companies are proceeding cautiously at first.
What we're going to be seeing in the next several years is more limited deployments in very specific areas where there's confidence that the technology can work.
I think we'll see limited deployments of self-driving vehicles in the next 5 years or so. You'll see these moving goods and you'll see them moving people, but you'll see them specifically in fleet applications.
Aurora says its systems could be integrated into any vehicle, from fleets of taxis to long-haul trucks. The cost of self-driving technology is another deciding factor for how it will be deployed.
Most consumers are never going to own a vehicle that's really autonomous because the technology is expensive, and there's a whole raft of issues around product liability and making sure that it's properly maintained and the sensors are calibrated.
That's one reason ride-hailing companies Lyft and Uber are getting in the game.
We have two autonomous initiatives. One is the open platform, where we're connecting Lyft passengers with our partner self-driving vehicles. So this is Aptiv in Las Vegas and Waymo in Chandler, Arizona. And then also kind of the product experience for the tech that you see here, which is Level 5.
As AV companies inch toward the mainstream, public perception, simple understanding of the tech has become another issue that could impact progress.
Some in particular in the industry have done a disservice to the public in overhyping the technology before it's really ready.
It's still not very clear to most people what we mean when we say driverless cars. Waymo and General Motors Cruise Automation are very close to having what they refer to as level 5 cars most of the time. In other words, again, they can in theory function all by themselves, but so far it seems that they function like a 15-year-old driver hoping to get a driver's license.
There's a lot of people who think that you can buy autonomous vehicles today, especially when you can go out and buy a car and buy an option that's called full self-driving and pay for that. You expect that it actually exists. And the fact is it does not exist today.
With an uncertain timeline and a history of missed targets, public confusion is no surprise. Despite big developments, most companies have recognized we are still years away from having truly self-driving cars as part of our daily lives.
One big question is, when is the car ready? You have to have a good sense of all of the scenarios and all of the situations that the vehicle will need to encounter, and that just takes time.
We expect level 4 vehicles to be feasible in small quantities within the next 5 years. And what that means is you'll probably see hundreds or maybe thousands of vehicles out either delivering packages or moving people through neighborhood or maybe hauling goods on our freeways.
And now, even the experts hesitate to make promises on when true self-driving will get here.
You always have to assume that the user is going to find a way to misuse the technology. Assume the worst and then design for that. I think it's a mistake to be over-promoting the technology and over-hyping it when it's still very much a work in progress.
This is something we need to do with society, with the communities, and not at society. And we take that very seriously. We're building mission-critical safety systems that are going to have a huge positive impact on people's lives. And the tech adage of move fast and break things most assuredly does not apply to what we're doing here.
With Panera's You Pick 2, every meal is made fantastic. You can be fresh and fun, bold and classic, cozy and precocious. With 465 fresh, clean, craveable pairings, find the You Pick 2 for any mood. Panera, the familiar made fantastic.
Ever since there's been flight, people have this vision. And I think you and I have this vision. You're on the highway, you're going like 2 miles an hour, and you just desperately want to push the button to go vertical and take off over this.
It's just an irresistible fantasy that all drivers have had.
Hey, Doc, we better back up. We don't have enough roads to get up to 88. Roads? Well, we don't need roads.
These visionary scenes depicted in Back to the Future and Blade Runner did not exactly pan out. Instead, we continue to waste hours stuck in traffic, fantasizing about flying cars. Yet we don't have them, even though the potential market is huge. The market for urban air mobility is expected to reach $1.5 trillion by 2040. Companies like Boeing, Airbus, Toyota, and Uber are recognizing the need for more efficient travel and injecting millions into developing VTOLs, or vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. Though these operate more like massive drones or helicopters than they do cars, VTOLs have the potential to fundamentally change the way we commute in cities. So what's taking so long? And will we ever be able to push a button and zoom over traffic with our car-plane hybrid?
The biggest challenge, according to engineers, in creating a flying car is to create a machine that is robust, rugged, and probably heavy enough to withstand the rigors of the road, the bumps, and the occasional fender benders, and at the same time, a machine that is light enough and aerodynamic enough to be safe in the air. Most engineers claim that, although it was an interesting problem, it was not a solvable one. The balance would always be wrong, or the weight would be wrong, and you could never do better than creating an inferior car that would also be an inferior airplane, and that you were much better off making an airplane and making a car and keeping them separate.
Andrew Glass is an author and illustrator who spent years researching flying cars for his book. He says that initially the notion of roads seemed far more far-fetched than flying cars.
Even though there were sort of rudimentary cars and rudimentary planes, there were no roads to speak of. And so there was this fascinating kind of archaeology of a period where people couldn't even imagine a complex, comfortable highway system. But what they could imagine was bolting the wings of a rudimentary airplane to the top of a rudimentary car and flying over the countryside until they got to a landing strip where they would land, disengage the wings, and drive to where they were actually going.
People have been trying to build car-plane hybrids since the early 1900s. In 1917, the Curtiss autoplane debuted at the Pan American Aeronautic Exposition in New York. The autoplane had a removable fuselage, wings, and tail, and actually looked like a car when it traveled down the road. But with World War I in full swing, priorities quickly shifted from building a flying car to building military planes, and the autoplane was eventually dismantled for parts. In the mid-40s, public interest in flying cars was re-sparked after Robert Fulton flew his amphibian prototype. The amphibian used the same controls for flying and driving, and required that drivers leave their airplane parts behind when you drove it like a car. 3 years after its first flight, the amphibian became the first flying car to receive certification from the Civic Aeronautics Authority, predecessor to the FAA. But in the end, the amphibian's high production costs meant it was never made on a wide scale. Still, the amphibian became the inspiration for Molt Taylor's Aerocar a few years later. The Aerocar 2 earned the green light from aviation authorities and complied with all road vehicle codes that existed at the time.
It was everything that people hoped it would be. It was safe, it was versatile, it was an actual good-looking car that was comfortable and easy to drive. It was also a plane that was functional, would take you 300 to 500 miles, but he just could not find backers for it.
Ford was curious about the Aerocar, and in 1970 even commissioned a study to gauge the market interest in such a vehicle. Ford predicted they could sell about 25,000 Aerocars, but the company eventually decided to pass on the project after engineers and lawmakers raised concerns.
Which is fine. At least you do any kind of effort in trying to. Hi. They actually lock my dog in here.
I didn't even check if these are good PJs.
I was literally gonna go back into bed, but I can't. It's like way too late. It's like 20 to 10 or whatever. And I want to get shot. So. Oh, that's that day fucking tasers pointed at me, and they fucking literally went through my apartment being like, "Who's here?" I was like, "Nobody." It was me. And they were like, So that was fun, and I'd rather not have a repeat of that great experience. Since everybody seems to be nice and great. Crazy Omicron.
Certified in order to be commercially relevant, and that's really the key. And the other thing from a technology standpoint, it just wasn't there. Even 10 years ago, it was barely there. And the batteries, the motors, to make these things affordable and reliable, electric propulsion is kind of the key.
You want to go out in the snow?
That's really the
I shoveled a little bit, so there's actually room for them to go out.
a number of innovations.
He's just spinning around in the chair.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, my dog's going stir crazy.
Led to this
Actually stir crazy. Don't.
And early
Okay, Cincy? Good. Yeah, it's hilarious because I sit there and I just like slowly turn, and there's no way you could possibly go where it's not going to keep turning for whatever reason.
Yeah, I know.
Because the building is so broken, I guess.
It did this before too. It just spins to the right.
Usually it'll stop at one point when it gets to a center of gravity. It never gets to a center of gravity. Like it just keeps spinning. I'm like, fucking shit, man.
It's funny.
That shit up so like it floats the coast where it's spinning.
landing vehicle where you need a lot of power to get the vehicle in the air. You don't need a lot of power in what you call cruise, right? As the vehicle transports through the air, and then you need a fair amount of power to get the vehicles back safely to the ground. An electric propulsion system and really high technology motors and motor controllers are
perfect for that mission. These were technologies that really only existed in a military application until recently, and we're now seeing it come out of the DoD and DARPA and the military field into the commercial market. Adding to that, then lower price and a higher capability for sense and compute. So all the things that you would see in an autonomous car prototype can be applied in an urban air mobility vehicle.
An autonomous operation, experts don't see this as too much of a challenge for VTOLs, since these vehicles will be doing a lot of repetitive tasks.
Autonomous control technology has matured to a stage where we can put it to good use. The mission is very simple. Just take off, safely, and then down. And so for a simple mission, flying the aircraft is simple. And so we think that it is right for application.
Your big butt caught the tree.
This level of autonomy is not too far or far.
These advancements in key technologies have led to a number of flying car prototypes. Slovakia has managed to get road and FAA approval for its transition model, though it's not yet commercially available.
Save that TP.
Slovakia-based Aeromobile too has not sold any vehicles and is awaiting approval from the European Aviation Safety Agency.
Yeah, no, it says I've been smoking a lot of cigarettes.
However, both of these companies
I just
have
been
been turning
smoking
their
a
focus to
lot.
VTOLs. Terrafujia's newest model, the TF2, will have removable pods that can be docked to either an air vehicle or car wheels. Meanwhile, a rendering of Aeromobile's latest model, the Aeromobile 5.0, shows a car that drives to a helipad before it takes off vertically.
Stop dreaming, though.
Experts say engineering a hybrid car plane is really difficult because the two vehicles are designed for opposing goals.
When you design cars, your objective is to fight friction with torque. When you design airplanes, your objective is to fight gravity with lift. So this leads to two different kinds of solutions. Sticking wings into a car doesn't make good with airplanes, and sticking wheels into airplanes.
Hey, baby.
In addition,
You're
a
so
hybrid
cute.
air move vehicle in the U.S. would require certification from both the FAA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which can be hard to achieve. That's why many companies are VTOLs. The Vertical Flight Society, a trade association for the advancement of vertical flight, has been tracking electric VTOL designs since 2016. Its website lists over 250 different designs for eVTOLs. One well-known company working with eVTOls is Uber.
The idea is that with the new technology that's going to apply to cars that have made electric cars possible, electric powertrains, batteries, electric motors, we can make a new class of aircraft that can take off and on like a helicopter, but uses multiple different rotors instead of one large one that allows it to have kind of built-in inherent redundancies that actually make it both safer to operate and cheaper to operate at the same time.
Uber is not building any of the vehicles itself. Instead, the company is collaborating with established manufacturers, including Boeing and Hyundai, to bring Uber's ride-sharing platform to electric flying vehicles. Uber says it hopes to have its eVTOLs up and running by 2023. Another big name in the space is Airbus. The company is testing City Airbus, an all-electric, 4-seat, remotely piloted flying taxi, which has so far performed more than 100 test flights. Toyota also recently invested $394 million in electric air taxi startup Joby Aviation, and Porsche has announced that they are exploring creating a luxury electric flying vehicle with U.S. plane maker Boeing. Startups Opener and Kitty Hawk have come up with their own versions of VTOLs. Both startups are backed by Google co-founder Larry Page and promise a personal flying vehicle that doesn't require a pilot's license.
Companies see enormous opportunity here. People are conscious about the environmental impact. They're tired of congestion. They want to travel faster, quicker, and they're more receptive to ride sharing.
Even with all the buzz, experts agree that there are many challenges that manufacturers must face before they can bring an urban air mobility vehicle to market.
In order to have longer distances and faster charging times to keep that utilization up, we're going to need pretty significant improvements in power to weight of the battery. Another one that doesn't get a lot of attention, but should, is noise. You don't want to fill the air with these whizzing, buzzing, high-frequency vehicles. The third one is privacy. While many in the public might be comfortable with autonomous vehicles covered with sensors that could facially recognize pedestrians, the thought of something being in the air at night, flying around your home or in your neighborhood or between businesses may introduce a new genre of privacy and safety-related nuances that are yet to be explored and will ultimately go into the courts and regulatory bodies.
Then there's the question of safety and regulation.
airplane safety is
Roadie.
2 or 3 orders of magnitude more than car safety.
Yeah, that's
The car
true.
engine may not be reliable like a first car. It may break down, but it's safe because you can just pull over and wait for emergency medical services. But not in airplanes. If something goes wrong, that's the end. It's a life-threatening event. Not for people inside, but those on the ground.
Even futurist Elon Musk seems to be hesitant about the idea of flying vehicles.
There is a challenge with flying cars in that they'll be quite noisy. The wind force generated will be very high. Let's just say that if something's flying over your head, if there are a whole bunch of flying cars going all over the place, that is not an anxiety reducing situation. You're thinking like, did they service their hubcap, or is it going to come off and guillotine me instead of flying with us?
My dream is that this will help solve the worldwide transportation crisis, where it's impossible to get from here to San Francisco in rush hour traffic right now, and the regulatory system is basically set up so this aircraft can't meet that need right now. But it's not because of capabilities. This aircraft is capable right now of actually flying, to San Francisco, landing, recharging, and coming back, or even landing and coming back based on distances. But the problem right now is the regulatory environment has not put up the capabilities of this type of aircraft, because honestly, this type of aircraft is just immense.
But regulation seems to be catching up.
I want to close with some thoughts on the next very, very innovative piece of technology that we see emerging, and that's urban air mobility. As I mentioned, these are aircraft that fill that void from 30 miles to 300 miles between the small drones and the commercial aircraft we know today. And probably the biggest question I get on this is this real? Are they really happening? Yes, this is more than just hype. This is more than just promotional videos. We have at least 6 aircraft well along in their type certification, which is the first step in introducing a new aircraft into operation.
In 2019, the European Union Aviation Safety Agency released a special condition certification for VTOL aircraft. The condition applies to vehicles with 9 passengers or less and a max certified takeoff mass of 7,000 pounds or less. As for if flying cars will ever fill our skies, right now, that seems unlikely.
I don't imagine that this is ever going to happen, where people actually accomplish this dream of a flying car in your garage. It was a kind of self-contained fantasy that wasn't going to be a reality for very many people.
It seems as if trying to design a dual-purpose road car and flying car is just not economical and not the optimal technological solution. So if you look out 10, 20, 30 years, the future of transportation is a mesh of high-speed, automated, efficient, electronic, sustainable terrestrial transport, and then working as a mesh with electronic, automated urban air mobility for various applications.
The invention of flight has been one of the most profound technologies in history, and for the past century, it has functioned pretty much the same way. But that could all change. The advent of lithium-ion batteries and electric propulsion technologies is igniting a revolution in transportation. Everything from cars to trucks and buses are going electric. But what about planes?
We call this the third revolution in aviation. The first was the piston engine that enabled the Wright brothers to fly their first flight. The second was the jet engine, which only really was applied to larger planes. And we think the third revolution is electric.
CO2 emissions and the environmental impact they pose has moved to the forefront of public attention and has been one of the driving forces in leading electric vehicle adoption. The aviation industry is one of the fastest growing sources of greenhouse gas emissions, and unlike cars, aviation is often excluded from national climate plans because it operates across borders.
Between flight and commercial shipping constitutes about 5% of our total CO2.
Good job, Ken. Good job, Ken. All right then. On the ball. Ah. I'm backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. I'm tired of talking. Oh my god, really? Okay. Okay. I'm backing over. Did they? Alright. Ow. Yeah. It's fast. Alright. much ice. This one's fucking fat as shit though. My poor kitty. And then dialogue. And just a booger. I got this. I need some help. I got it. Yeah, okay. See, again, sounded like my father. I don't know why. I got him and he's not fucking answering. Literally, like the only reliable human being in my life. Yes. Okay, where? Oh, my poor giraffe. This fucking literally like constantly my way. Mm-hmm. Huh. Okay. The volume, yeah, okay, cool. The volume issue is all of a sudden fixed. Husband? Please call me.
Put the unvaccinated behind bars? That's what 27% of Canadians think, according to a new poll. Pollster John Wright tells me that while a large group of Canadians want restrictions on the unvaccinated to stay where they are now, others want tougher measures.
The next group is in the 60s, probably about 50 to 60%.
Wait.
Who roughly say at that stage we should be putting in a surcharge on your health care. And then there's about a third of the public that is really hard, really locked down on this, who believe everything from about 30% that people could face jail time.
Oh, you're Catholic. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking to somebody fucking.
Wright says that's almost 3.5 million Canadians.
It's a mixture of civil liberties and their own concern about their own body and what might be put into it.
Misinformation and a misrepresentation of their rights. And that's, I think, one of the reasons that people aren't sympathetic anymore.
Health policy expert and University of Alberta law professor Timothy Caulfield has been following the anti-vaccine movement since before the pandemic, saying while this poll certainly shows growing frustration, he says the number of Canadians getting vaccinated is rising.
those who are hesitant, that number has really decreased. It wasn't that long ago when about 45% of Canadians had some degree of hesitancy. Now we're down to 9-10% of the population.
On the data side, John Wright says that as Omicron cases continue to skyrocket, most Canadians now know someone infected with the virus personally, leading to growing frustrations and potentially more punitive measures for the unvaxxed as COVID takes its toll on the public health care system.
And you wonder whether or not the sentiment is coming out here, and whether or not there should be 2 tiers of healthcare. Whether there should be an insurance that someone can take out, and if they get COVID, then they get treated, or they pay out of their own pocket.
In Edmonton, Darcy Robchan, City News.
Why wearing sneakers? I'm more of a stroller.
And appreciate and thank you very much for all the people they helping me to bring the customers to my shop.
The owner of a local shoe repair and orthotics business says he has nothing but gratitude after a wave of community support swept in, saving his decades-old shop from rough times brought on during a drawn-out pandemic.
Because of the pandemic, everybody is scared about the sickness. So still the people they don't come like regular like they used to come before.
It's a business Lewis says he's owned for roughly 3 decades after moving to Canada from Ecuador. And not only that, he's following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather. 3 generations, all making ever-bearing shoes. You have to give your own savings. Your son was good enough to help out.
Actually, I have 3 sons who's helping me to pay my rent. So I borrow money from them because it was harder for me to keep paying the rent.
He says he tried to apply for COVID relief from the government. Help that
Maybe because I'm already older, so I am already in my pension, but still I'm working.
He says it was a customer who asked how his business was doing that changed everything. When he shared some of his struggles, the customer ended up promising to get some word out by email and social media, a promise apparently kept. Lewis, I think the word is getting out. During our interview, we've had people come in 2 times already to bring in shoes. How do you feel to see that so many people are getting the message and are coming with that?
Actually, I feel very, very happy. I want to keep working for the people, for the community I am working.
We got another one just came in. We'll pick this up again in a second.
Well, I kind of heard that, things were very tough for him. I understand I'm a business owner as well. I was like, okay, anything I need to get fixed, we got to bring it in right now.
I'm just glad that he's here and he's happy to do it. We've had so many people stopping in and saying that they're going to go and bring in shoes and belts and purses. It's been really great.
One of those emails making its way to the local BIA, which stepped in to help share the message.
It was just so nice to see how grateful he was and how much people are kind of, even in these really hard times when everyone's just, doing their best to keep afloat themselves, to see that everyone is still so willing to jump out there and support in any way they can their local businesses.
To make it sandals, to make it boots, wherever the people they like. This is a beautiful leather, and here it is how we make the orthotics for people like this. Leather, what we use for repair shoes. Here is the colors of every shoe because we have to match.
Now Lewis says he's feeling optimistic and believes his business will recover as long as the shoes keep on coming.
We needed to continue to work, for afford to pay the rent and all the expenses.
In Midtown, David Zura, City News.
Oh, it's dumb. Then my wrist hurts. My bone hurts for no reason though.
These snowfalls are not turned away. As the old saying goes, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Well, here in Manitoba, when life gives you snow, you just add it to the snow maze.
That's the attitude Clint Moss has towards snow. Moss's family snow maze in 2021 was proclaimed as the world's biggest snow maze by Guinness World Records.
That's phenomenal news. Thanks. I just can't ignore this fucking nonsense.
nonsense. Okay.
Put the unvaccinated behind bars? That's what 27% of Canadians think, according to a new poll. Pollster John Wright tells me that while a large group of Canadians want restrictions on the unvaccinated to stay where they are now, others want tougher measures.
The next group is in the 60s, probably about 50 to 60%.
Oh, right. That's what we felt with you because we were talking to you. So, narrative is crumbling. No shit. Yeah, Russia hasn't. Putin's not gonna do shit. He just sits there and smiles.
Hello, everyone. I wrote this article recently for one of Canada's major newspapers, the National Post. I'm reading it for those of you who would rather watch and listen. It's entitled.
Thank you. I do that.
Susan, honey. Yeah. I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
Naturally sourced honey you love, plus the effective cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin honey.
DIE must die. This is why. I recently resigned from my position as full tenured professor at the University of Toronto. I am now Professor Emeritus, and before I turn 60. Emeritus is generally a designation reserved for superannuated faculty, albeit those who had served their term with some distinction. I had envisioned teaching and researching at the U of T full time until they had to haul my skeleton out of my office. I loved my job. And my students, undergraduates and graduates alike, were positively predisposed toward me. But that career path was not meant to be. There are many reasons, including the fact that I can now teach many more people and with less interference online. But here's a few more. First, my qualified and supremely trained heterosexual white male grad students, and I've had many others, by the way, are no longer eligible upon graduation for university research positions, despite stellar scientific dossiers. This is partly because of diversity, inclusivity, and equity mandates. My preferred acronym, DIE. These have been imposed universally in academia. Despite the fact that university hiring committees had already done everything reasonable for all the years of my career, and then some, to ensure that no qualified minority candidates were ever overlooked. My students are also partly unacceptable, precisely because they are my students. I am academic persona non grata because of my unacceptable philosophical positions. And this isn't just some inconvenience. These facts rendered my job morally untenable. How can I accept prospective researchers and train them in good conscience, knowing their employment prospects to be minimal? Second reason. This is one of many idiot issues of appalling ideology currently demolishing the universities and downstream the general culture. Not least because there are simply not enough qualified BIPOC people in the pipeline. BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. For those of you not in the knowing woke.
No.
This has been common knowledge among any remotely truthful academic who has served on a hiring committee for the last 3 decades. This means we're out to produce a generation of researchers utterly unqualified for the job. And we've seen what that means already in the horrible grievance studies disciplines. That, combined with the death of objective testing, has compromised the university so badly that it can hardly be overstated. And what happens in the universities eventually colors everything, as we have discovered. All my craven colleagues must craft DIE statements to obtain a research grant. they all lie, excepting the minority of true believers. And they teach their students to do the same. And they do it constantly with various rationalizations and justifications, further corrupting what is already a stunningly corrupt enterprise. Some of my colleagues even allow themselves to undergo so-called anti-bias training conducted by supremely unqualified human resources personnel, lecturing inanely and blithely and in an accusatory manner about theoretically all-pervasive racist, sexist, heterosexist attitudes. Such training is now often a precondition to occupy a faculty position on a hiring committee. Need I point out that implicit attitudes cannot, by the definitions generated by those who have made them a central point of our culture, be transformed by short-term explicit training? Assuming that those biases exist in the manner claimed, and that is a very weak claim, and I'm speaking scientifically here. The implicit association test, the much vaunted IAT, which purports to objectively diagnose implicit bias, that's automatic racism and the like, is by no means powerful enough, valid and reliable enough to do what it purports to do. Two of the original designers of that test, Anthony Greenwald and Brian Nozick, have said as much publicly. The third, Professor Mahzarin Banaji of Harvard, remains recalcitrant. Much of this can be attributed to her overtly leftist political agenda, as well as to her embeddedness within a subdiscipline of psychology, social psychology, so corrupt that it denied the existence of left-wing authoritarianism for 6 decades after World War II. The same social psychologists, broadly speaking, also casually regard conservatism in the guise of system justification as a form of psychopathology. Banaji's continued countenancing of the misuse of her research instrument, combined with the status of her position at Harvard, is a prime reason we all still suffer under the Dye yoke, with its baleful effect on what was once the closest we had ever come to truly meritorious selection. Furthermore, the accrediting board for grad clinical psych training programs in Canada are now planning to refuse to accredit university clinical programs unless they have a social justice orientation. That, combined with some recent legislative changes in Canada, claiming to outlaw so-called conversion therapy, but really making it exceedingly risky for clinicians to do anything ever but agree always and about everything with their clients, have likely doomed the practice of clinical psychology, which always depended entirely on trust and privacy. Similar moves are afoot in other professional disciplines, such as medicine and law. And if you don't think that psychologists, lawyers, and other professionals are anything but terrified of their now woke governing professional colleges, much to everyone's extreme detriment, you simply don't understand how far all of this has gone. Just exactly what am I supposed to do when I meet a grad student or young professor hired on Dye grounds? Manifest instant skepticism regarding their professional ability? What a slap in the face to a truly meritorious outsider. And perhaps that's the point. The Dye ideology is not friend to peace and tolerance. It is absolutely and completely the enemy of competence and justice. And for those of you who think that I am overstating the case, or that this is something limited in some trivial sense to the university, consider some other examples. This report from Hollywood, cliched hotbed of liberal sentiment, for example, indicates just how far this has gone. In 2020, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the Oscar people, embarked on a 5-year plan, does that ring any historical bells, to, quote, diversify our organization and expand our definition of the best. They did so in an attempt which included developing, quote, new representation and inclusion standards for Oscars to, hypothetically, quote, better reflect the diversity of the movie-going audience. What fruit has this initiative, offspring of the die ideology, borne? According to a recent article penned by Peter Kiefer and Peter Savodnik, but posted on former New York Times journalist Barry Weiss's Common Sense website, and Weiss left the Times because of the intrusion of radical left ideology into that newspaper, just as Tara Henley did recently vis-a-vis the CBC. Quote, we spoke to more than 25 writers, directors, and producers, all of whom identify as liberal, and all of whom described a pervasive fear of running afoul of the new dogma, how to survive the revolution, by becoming its most ardent supporter. Suddenly, every conversation with every agent or head of content started with, is anyone BIPOC attached to this? And this is everywhere. And if you don't see it, your head is either in the sand or shoved somewhere far more unmentionable. CBS, for example, has literally mandated that every writer's room be at least 40% BIPOC in 2021, 50% in 2022. We are now at the point where race, ethnicity, gender, or sexual preference is first accepted as the fundamental characteristic defining each person, just as the radical leftists were hoping, and second, is now treated as the most important qualification for study, research, and employment. Need I point out that this is insane? Even the benighted New York Times has its doubts. A headline from August 11th, 2021. Are workplace diversity programs doing more harm than good? In a word, yes. How can accusing your employees of racism, etc., sufficient to require retraining, particularly in relationship to those who are working in good faith to overcome whatever bias they might still in these modern liberal times manifest, be anything other than insulting, annoying, invasive, high-handed, moralizing, inappropriate, ill-considered, counterproductive, and otherwise unjustifiable? And if you think die is bad, and it is, wait until you get a load of environmental, social, and governance ESG scores. See the Vanguard website for more information. Purporting to assess corporate moral responsibility, these scores, which can dramatically affect an enterprise's financial viability, are nothing less than the equivalent of China's damnable social credit system applied to the entrepreneurial and financial world. CEOs, what in the world is wrong with you? Can't you see that the ideologues who push such appalling nonsense are driven by an agenda that is not only absolutely antithetical to your free market enterprise as such, but precisely targeted at the freedoms that made your success possible? Can't you see that by going along sheep-like, just as the professors are doing, just as the artists and writers are doing, that you are generating a veritable fifth column within your businesses? Are you really so blind, cowed, and cowardly with all your so-called privilege? And it's not just the universities and the professional colleges and Hollywood and the corporate world. Diversity, inclusivity, and equity, that radical leftist trinity, is destroying us. Wondering about the divisiveness that is currently besetting us? Look no farther than die. Wondering more specifically about the attractiveness of Trump? Look no further than die. When does the left go too far? When they worship at the altar of die and insist that the rest of us, who mostly want to be left alone, do so as well. Enough already. Enough. Enough! Finally, do you know that Vladimir Putin himself is capitalizing on this woke madness? Anna Majar-Barducci at MEMRI.org covered his recent speech. I quote from the article's translation. Putin speaking. The advocates of so-called social progress believe they are introducing humanity to some kind of a new and better consciousness. Godspeed, hoist the flags, as we say, go right ahead. The only thing that I want to say now is that their prescriptions are not new at all. It may come as a surprise to some people, but Russia has been there already. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks, relying on the dogmas of Marx and Engels, also said that they would change existing ways and customs, and not just political and economic ones, but the very notion of human morality and the foundations of a healthy society. The destruction of age-old values, religion, and relations between people, up to and including the total rejection of family, we had that too, encouragement to inform on loved ones, all this was proclaimed progress, and by the way, was widely supported around the world back then, and was quite fashionable, same as today. By the way, the Bolsheviks were absolutely intolerant of opinions other than theirs. Putin continues, this, I believe, should call to mind some of what we are witnessing now. Looking at what is happening in a number of Western countries, we are amazed to see domestic practices, which we fortunately have left, I hope, in the distant past. The fight for equality and against discrimination has turned into aggressive dogmatism bordering on absurdity when the works of the great authors of the past, such as Shakespeare, are no longer taught at schools or universities because their ideas are believed to be backward. The classics are declared backward and ignorant of the importance of gender and race. In Hollywood, memos are distributed about proper storytelling and how many characters of what color or gender should be in a movie. This is even worse than the agitprop department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. End of Putin's comments. This from the head of the former totalitarian enterprise, against whom we fought a 5 decades-long Cold War, risking the entire planet in a very real manner. This from the head of a country riven in a literally genocidal manner by ideas that Putin himself attributes to the progressives in the West, to the generally accepting audience of his once burned, twice shy listeners. And all of you going along with the die activists, whatever your reasons, this is on you. Professors cowering cravenly in pretense and silence, teaching your students to dissimulate and lie, to get along as the walls crumble. For shame. CEOs signaling a virtue you don't possess and shouldn't want to please a minority who literally live by displeasure. Your evil capitalists, after all, should be proud of it. At the moment, I can't tell if you're more reprehensibly timid even than the professors. Why the hell don't you banish the human resource die upstarts back to the more appropriately named personnel departments? Stop them from interfering with the psyches of you and your employees and be done with it. Musicians, artists, writers, stop bending your sacred and meritorious art to the demands of the propagandists before you fatally betray the spirit of your own intuition. Stop censoring your thought. Stop saying you will hire for your orchestral and theatrical productions for any reason other than talent and excellence. That's all you have. That's all any of us have. He who sows the wind will reap the whirlwind, and the wind is rising.
Okay. Guess so. The pink and green
It's
one is called.
January 2022. I wrote a column this week for one of Canada's major newspapers, the National Post. And I thought I'd read it for those of you who want to watch or listen. It's entitled Time to Live Again. I spent more than 3 hours on the phone last weekend trying to get through to the online security department of one of Canada's major banks. One of my accounts was shut down because I had the effrontery to sign in from Alberta, an event too unexpected for the bank's security systems. I was placed on hold interminably, subjected all the while to the corporate world's idea of music to soothe me. I was then offered a call back, which I duly received 45 minutes later. Then I was placed.
Rebel News has obtained 8 pages of unclassified briefing notes from the Department of National Defense about what the United States House Foreign Affairs Committee called the very first COVID superspreader event. Yes, the Military World Games in Wuhan, China, October 2019. The political military brass in Canada knew that going to the games was a bad idea, that the public would absolutely hate it, and they even prepared talking points to deal with the blowback. Do you remember our previous exclusive on what the Military World Games? The games took place in October 2019, 3 months before the Canadian government acknowledged the coronavirus was a potential problem manifesting in Wuhan, China, and that person-to-person spread was taking place. Now, we've previously reported on exclusive documents obtained from the Public Health Agency of Canada, wherein officials were warning of person-to-person spread of coronavirus in at least January of 2020, perhaps even sooner, taking place in a market in Wuhan. We obtained those documents through crowdfunding to a special website, rebelinvestigates.com, and crowdfunding helped us obtain these documents I will report to you today. But first, let's go back a little for some context. Last January, my former colleague, Kian Bexey, broke an incredible story, one that made the U.S. Foreign Affairs Committee stand up and take notice. Take a listen.
The story that's been told and generally accepted about the origins of COVID-19 are simply not true. Where did it come from? And equally important, when did it arrive? These are all questions that need answering, and hopefully this aids that a little bit. I've obtained secret military documents distributed from the highest ranks of the Canadian military in an attempt to cover up a scandal of global proportions. The document, titled Potential Exposure to 2019 Novel Coronavirus During 7th Military World Games in October 2019 in Wuhan, Hubei Province, China, was written by Canada's Surgeon General, A.M.T. Downs, Major General. His position reports to and obeys Justin Trudeau's defense minister. A handful of weeks after sending out this gaslighting letter to every Canadian soldier who was in Wuhan for the military games, Major General Downs resigned. I'm going to share with you every crucial detail of this letter, along with an exclusive interview from a senior Canadian Armed Forces member in order to protect the safety and identity of this brave soldier who came forward with this information. We've replaced their voice with a voice actor. I flipped a coin whether it would be a male or female.
At the time, this was, toward the tail end of the World Military Games. A whole bunch of athletes got really, really sick. Lung issues, coughing, vomiting, diarrhea. And I'm talking absolutely flat on their backs. Maybe you want to overdub this part, but, we had guys locked in their showers just pissing and shitting themselves. Like they were absolutely laid out and coughing, hacking up all the rest of it. The symptoms of very odd symptoms, depending on the person.
To summarize, in October 2019, when the Canadian military deployed their athletes to Wuhan, China to participate in the Military World Games, many came home with what was described at the time as severe pneumonia. 1/3 of the military athletes were sick enough to be quarantined in the back of their transport plane on the way home to Canada. And when news of the coronavirus broke around the world just a few short months later, many of the military athletes who had been sick wanted to test for COVID-19 antibodies to see if they actually had COVID-19 and not just a bad pneumonia. It was the very least the military brass could do, but of course the military denied them. Why? Well, if several dozen Canadian soldiers tested positive for COVID-19 antibodies in January of 2020, having been infected in October 2019, the Chinese would be in big trouble. It would be irrefutable proof that they have lied about the origins of the virus. A whistleblowing member of the military came forward to Kean with documents to prove this all, and we published those at the time. And for showing those leaked documents, Kean Bexte was door-knocked at his home, his private residence, by the RCMP. Look at this.
Yeah,
I'm with the Federal Unitary in Calgary. This is a local job.
What's going on? Is it okay if we step in for your conversation? No. No, that's fine. We'll talk with you.
Are you going to speak with us?
What's this regarding?
Just in regards to, so we've been asked to come here and speak with you today, okay? And I guess that was a some people.
Yeah, well.
Do you mind if I record this conversation?
Sure, if it's private, we're not recording.
Ryan, started dating Rachel in 2017. Showed up at the door at fucking 7:30 on the dot.
That was January 8th. You know what I'm referring?
Fucking met him right at the door. They're like meeting at the door. And they ask you a bunch of questions and they already know the answer.
This is one they showed me. I said, you know what? Our pothead prime minister has really pissed me off, so I'm moving up the schedule. I've interviewed military personnel. I'm going to publish sensitive documents that were linked to me. Enjoy, Justin. This is going to play. And play it did.
So just wanted to let you know that we reviewed the guidance that you put out there, and there's no issues with any of that, okay? We're not worried about materials that's non-classified, okay?
Yeah.
Just been asked to come here because of some of the nature of effects that was sensitive material potentially.
Now, this information about the military games and the mystery disease was included in a House Foreign Affairs Committee report from August 2021. Not too shabby, Mr. Bexte. Take a look at this. At least 4 countries who sent delegations to the military World Games have now confirmed the presence of SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 cases within their borders in November and December 2019, before the news of an outbreak first became public. So these 4 countries are actually doing something that Canada refused to do, and that's they obviously tested their military athletes for antibodies to prove that they had COVID-19 before an outbreak was declared. Let's keep going. As stated above, athletes from France, Italy, and Sweden also complained of illnesses with symptoms similar to COVID-19 while at the military World Games in Wuhan. The presence of SARS-CoV-2 in 4 countries on 2 separate continents suggests a common source. If, as presumed, SARS-CoV-2 first infected humans in Wuhan before spreading to the rest of the world, the 2019 military World Games in Wuhan appears to be a key vector in the global spread. In other words, potentially one of the first super spreader events. So that's the background of the story for us here. But here's the thing. There were many political reasons why Canada should not have been at those military games. Actually, they never should have sent a single athlete to those games to begin with, and the federal government knew it. A year after the political hostage-taking of 2 Canadian citizens in response to the arrest of a Huawei executive, Meng Wanzhou, on an American warrant at a Vancouver airport, the Canadian government, according to these exclusive documents, had no objections to sending Canadian soldiers to Wuhan, China for the military games. If the government actually had proper moral objections, it may have spared hundreds of military families and extreme pneumonia. We obtained, as I mentioned earlier, a few pages of unclassified military documents about the military World Games in Wuhan. So let's take a look at what we have. On page 2, we see the 3 different sizes of delegations that were proposed. They were hoping for the biggest one, of course, though it looks like the actual delegation was smaller, and we will get to that in a second. Page 3, we see the prepared media lines in case the government was confronted with the reality of China's abduction of 2 Canadians. We can see the military was well aware that normal people would not appreciate the optics of participation in the games and the harm that public outrage may cause the Liberals. Look at this. Canadian Armed Forces athletes will be competing at the 7th Military World Games in Wuhan, China City from the 18th to the 27th of October 2019. Given the relationship between Canada and China, their participation may be questioned. The Games also begin 4 days prior to the federal election. The size of the contingent is also in the very same document. The Canadian Armed Forces team participating is comprised of 114 athletes participating in individual and team sports, as well as 57 coaches and support staff, for a total of 170 individuals. Page 4, a prepared answer in case the public wondered why on earth the Liberals were sending military athletes to the Games. Look at this. Why are Canadian Armed Forces athletes participating in China despite the relationship between Canada and China? Any chance Canadian participation will be cancelled? The answer, the spirit of the World Military Games is to create a space-friendly competition that transcends politics. In this context, there is no consideration being given to canceling Canada's participation in the event. On page 5, we can see the prepared answer in case people express concerns about the safety of the military athletes, plus advice on just when to shut up. Question 2, what are we doing to ensure our athletes and personnel will be safe? Answer, the Canadian Armed Forces takes the security of its athletes and personnel seriously. We are adhering to Global Affairs Canada travel advice and advisories. If pressed, we will not comment on internal security procedures and policies. Now, they projected the cost at $610,000, but that doesn't take into account the billions of dollars in damage to the economy, the lost jobs, lost businesses, lost lives to COVID or lockdown despair, and the absolute carnage that COVID caused to our civil liberties. Now, this story was made possible through your generous donations to our Special Access to Information and Investigative Journalism Fund at rebelinvestigates.com to donate to offset our enormous research costs. Please visit that website, rebelinvestigates.com. And thank you to everybody who continuously supports our work. For Rebel News, I'm Sheila Gunn-Reid. This video was made possible through your generous...
Stupid, I know, to be honest. Fucking lost there.
And joining us now for his take on the media's narrative on Ukraine, we're going to go over to Ben Norton, journalist with Grey Zone News. Ben, great to see you. You have covered a lot of, and you've experienced, even in other countries, just to kind of put it out there, you've talked about it with us as well. Not too long ago, we spoke to you about the propaganda coming out of the Nicaraguan elections from the United States. Again, in their elections down there. Is it a surprise to you to see what the U.S.'s media is doing as far as covering Ukraine?
What do you want? Me? Come pick on me next. Sorry, douche. Good girl. Yeah. Okay.
This
Pamela Beebe has spent much of her professional life advocating for truth and reconciliation, but in her personal life, she's had to spend a great deal of time advocating for her family's health care.
When somebody has to go to the emergency room and get sent home right away, nobody is surprised in my family. We get asked immediately, like, are you on drugs? Are you high? Why are your eyes red? Like, all these questions
Why are your
that
eyes so small?
not appropriate. Phoebe is not alone, and now new research published in the Canadian Medical Association Journal has found evidence that Indigenous people consistently experience.
Oh, good.
When dehydration is a risk,
Choose Pedialyte for fast, effective rehydration.
Emergency rooms.
Some real hard quantitative data that systemic racism exists.
That's right, exactly. Using data from Alberta hospitals, researchers found First Nations routinely receive lower acuity triage scores. Important because patients with higher scores are given a higher priority for care.
What happens from the data that we see is that people who are from the First Nations community are put down lower in the list to be seen for those same types of injuries as people who are not from the First Nations community.
The Alberta research adds to a growing body of evidence that systemic anti-Indigenous racism in healthcare is a national problem.
We found pervasive interpersonal systemic racism.
A 2020 inquiry found 84% of Indigenous patients experienced discrimination within BC's health system. And of course, no one can forget the tragic death of Joyce Echaquan. The Atikamekw woman died in a Quebec hospital days after live streaming this video. On her chart, a nurse had identified her as a drug abuser in withdrawal. It wasn't true.
It makes us very reticent to access healthcare services, and we don't do so unless we absolutely have to.
Whether it's the researchers in the Alberta study, the coroner's report in Quebec, or the inquiry in BC, the key recommendations are the same. Systemic racism within the Canadian healthcare system exists, and a reckoning is overdue.
Whether they're nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists, security guards, everybody needs to gain skills on how to address their bias and be aware of it.
In order to ensure all Indigenous people have equitable access to care. Heather Yerkes West, Global News, Calgary.
Ridiculous. Not for lack of trying.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We have.
What are you guys actually talking about? That half style of play?
Within the vision that you described to us, what style of play do you picture in terms of?
What are you?
This is on the board. He asked 100 married women, name something you've been tempted to do to your husband when he's fast asleep.
Casey fails.
Hit him.
Hit him.
Wow, what? Why?
Are there things that Canadians believe about residential schools that just aren't true?
Oh, please no. I can't. It begins next season.
Kim, what's on your radar?
Well, I'm angry. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really angry right now. So I'm just gonna do a little rant to get this off my chest. Right now, everywhere we look, people have COVID. Vaccinated or not, everyone seems to be catching the virus with a whopping 800,000 new cases per day. Because Omicron is spreading like wildfire throughout the country, indiscriminately infecting anyone it comes into contact with. Some serious failings by our public health officials, the CDC, Fauci, our politicians, and the mainstream media are becoming glaringly obvious, to the point where I think their failings rise to the level of crimes against humanity.
Okay. Let's hear it. What is this?
Kim, what's on your radar?
Well, I'm angry. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really angry right now. So I'm just gonna do a little rant to get this off my chest. Right now, everywhere we look, people have COVID. Vaccinated or not, everyone seems to be catching the virus with a whopping 800,000 new cases per day. Because Omicron is spreading like wildfire throughout the country, indiscriminately infecting anyone it comes into contact with. Some serious failings by our public health officials, the CDC, Fauci, our politicians, and the mainstream media are becoming glaringly obvious, to the point where I think their failings rise to the level of crimes against humanity. The scientists and health experts, the people responsible for guiding us safely and scientifically through this pandemic, have been hyper-focused on vaccines. They raced towards the vax, told us to hunker down and wait for the vax. When it became available, they told us to get the vax. And then all the discussion centered around the awful people who refused the vax. So then they mandated the vax. And throughout this entire time, which is now at 2 years in, they've never focused on, and often, which is why it rises to the level of a crime, even shut down discussion surrounding the well-known scientific principle of natural immunity. They shut down and even demonized any discussion of potential early treatments, and they failed to give us good instructions on what to do when our loved ones or we ourselves catch COVID. They flat out refused to focus on any of this. They instead swore if we all got the vaccine, the pandemic would end. Well, it didn't end. Everyone is catching COVID. People who got double vax and triple vax and wore double masks and kept their kids out of school and gave up Christmas with family, and even worse, gave up being with their loved ones by their side as they breathed their last breaths because they weren't allowed to be next to them, are catching COVID. Everyone is catching COVID. And as people are catching it, they're starting to realize they have no tools left in their toolkit. Somebody tell me, what are you supposed to do when you catch COVID? Seriously, can you answer that question? Besides quarantining yourself and wishing you were vaccinated more than you already are, what are you supposed to do? Do you isolate yourself away from your family and fight the virus alone while hoping and praying you don't need to go to the hospital? Because that's what they've left us with. Why don't we know more about natural immunity and how long it lasts? With so many people getting sick, wouldn't it be helpful to know whether or not people who've already recovered can take on the task of caring for their loved ones who are now ill? The Israelis came out with an enormous study showing natural immunity afforded 13 times more protection against reinfection than vaccination. But quickly, the CDC released its own highly flawed study, claiming the opposite, that previously infected people were more likely to catch the virus than those vaccinated. Now, wouldn't it be nice to know which study is right? Wouldn't it be nice to know how long natural immunity lasts? Wouldn't it be nice to know if you do get reinfected, whether or not the disease is more or less severe? Signs point towards previous infection being protective to some degree, in the least lessening symptoms when reinfected. And what about the natural immunity younger people seem to have? We've known throughout the pandemic that young people often have very mild illness when infected. But again, the mere mention that they maybe should be less afraid of catching the virus was met with fierce resistance. So here we are now, we have people sick, and yet young and old and previously infected alike are all equally scared. And now people who are sick in bed with COVID who can't get themselves water or Tylenol or food to eat are reliant on the brave in their families to care for them, if they're lucky enough to have someone brave at all. COVID can often be so debilitating, people can't get themselves out of bed for even the most basic of needs. Frightened people who otherwise maybe wouldn't need to be frightened because they're younger or previously infected are hiding away and leaving food on doorsteps for loved ones, expecting them to crawl out of bed and care for themselves. And often people don't get the care they need until they've gotten so bad they need hospitalization. Why don't we have more info on who is perhaps safest to care for others in the family? If you can't get water to stay hydrated, Tylenol to get your temperature down, someone to run a humidifier or to get you food, how can you successfully fight off a virus? I suspect many people didn't get the early care they needed because people were too frightened to be around them, and they wound up in the hospital or even worse. And speaking of early treatment, again, no honest discussion or research has been earnestly put into trying to determine what can give a person a better fighting chance. Many early treatments that maybe weren't 100% effective, but reduced severe outcomes by 30% or 40% or 50%, which is better than nothing, were demonized as conspiracy theories before anyone put any real effort into studying them. I can guarantee you right now that anyone sick in bed with COVID will take a treatment that gives them even a 10% better chance of reducing symptoms than nothing at all. But that's pretty much what we've been left with. Nothing at all. Even monoclonal antibodies, a treatment that seemed to work, has been suppressed in the vaccine or bust movement. Yet here we are, people are fully vaccinated, even boosted, sick in bed, scared, and the best weapon our public health officials have given them against COVID is what? NyQuil? I say this as someone who, for the past 2 or 3 weeks, has been surrounded by and caring for people with COVID. Some vaccinated, some boosted, some unvaccinated. It doesn't matter. People are getting sick. I have been taking temperatures, checking oxygen, running humidifiers, and researching online what am I supposed to do, but the information is scarce. No one is giving us any idea of what we're supposed to do besides the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, and guess what? They're, of course, demonized. We're left waiting once again for another big pharma Pfizer solution, the early treatment pill, which does no one any good right now because we're waiting for it. This is what they've left us with. Millions of people are getting sick right now with no real idea of what to do except get your 4 tests from Biden and hope they come back negative. This lack of basic research and information on who is safest in our families to care for others, what treatment to give them when they're sick, and how to care for them to give them the best fighting chance is, in my book, a crime. These are health officials, they're scientists, they're doctors. They shouldn't be telling us to just hunker down and hope we never catch it. We need more information. They haven't given it to us, and worse, they've demonized any discussion of it. Now, I want to give you guys some examples that people emailed into me. I myself, I'm currently in quarantine right now, caring for somebody positive with COVID. I've had COVID back in March of 2020. That was a long time ago. I suspect any minute now I'm going to test positive for the virus. I keep checking every single day I test, thinking today's the day I'm going to get COVID again. I haven't yet, but I will say that I've had people email in stories to me. A woman said that her 69-year-old woman, her aunt lives with her 40-year-old daughter. When the 69-year-old woman caught COVID, her 40-year-old daughter wouldn't let her back in the house because she was too afraid. Another one, a 68-year-old woman. Luckily, the family was smart. When she got COVID, they hid the father away who has cancer. But the adult hypertensive son took care of his mother while his sister, who had previously been infected, stayed away. And home care workers are reporting that they're showing up for their check-ins to find food left on doorsteps. Go inside and they find the person in fetal position, unable to get out of bed to care for themselves, to get water or Tylenol, let alone go pick up the food off the front steps. And if you're somebody who needs a home care worker, you're older. So this whole thing, we don't know what to do. And now everybody's getting COVID. And, people are hiding away. And I will tell you, as somebody who's been caring for somebody in their 70s with COVID, for 3 days, it was scary because they were really sick. And I couldn't imagine what would have happened had they been left alone. I just think they would have ended up in the hospital because if you can't get water, you can't fight a virus. It's that simple. But here we are. What have they left us with? What are you supposed to do when you catch COVID? Does anybody know?
The thing I would agree with you there on is that they I don't know, the CDC, NIH, I don't know who, but they have not been good enough about putting together like a basic worksheet like you're talking about. It should not be so hard when you come down with COVID to find, okay, what are the things that people have done and how have they worked? And so then, right, you wind up on that site that wants to sell you hydroxychloroquine, or
FLCCC doesn't do hydroxychloroquine. It's an ivermectin kit with vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, quercetin. It's an entire kit, but that's the only thing that you've got, and that is better than nothing. Because otherwise, literally, they're like, take some NyQuil, stay home, and hope you don't end up in the hospital. Call us if your oxygen drops below 90. I mean, that's what doctors literally tell us.
But you said people would take anything that gives them like a 10, 20, 30% reduction. I mean, that's the vaccine, right?
Right, but right now, people get
that's what it gives you.
Hey, I'm telling you, I am taking care of people who are vaccinated and sick. Right. So it's not about that. People are getting vaccinated and they're still falling very ill. Maybe they're not ill enough to go to the hospital.
What I'm saying is they would have been more ill. The thing that reduces they would have been more ill. Like that's what the vaccine offers you. And you're right. What we could do, we should get the FDA should move quicker to approve all the other things. You're right that there's a very little guidance. There's an elderly person in my family who was hospitalized and was hospitalized for something else, tested positive for COVID, and I was trying to communicate to my family, well, what are they giving this person? The whatever therapeutics you're supposed to give them. But because this person wasn't hospitalized for COVID, it wasn't clear that they were worried about it, and it was just very confusing. And then they released this person. But this is a very elderly person with COVID, and you're saying they can go on what? So it's very confusing. It's very confusing.
It looks like the people that are vaccinated, maybe they don't end up in the ICU, but they do still end up in the hospital oftentimes, especially if they're elderly people who live alone, which are millions of people that live alone, and they're not getting the care because their family members, their neighbors, people are too afraid to attend to them. And it just gets to the point where they need to be hospitalized. Do they get sick enough to go to the ICU? Are they going to die? No, but they need care and no one's willing to do it. And that's because we're not given any guidance at all.
The next month or two, though, we're going to get a real test of how much natural immunity holds up, but also how much unvaccinated without natural immunity holds up as Omicron starts ripping through the rest of the country. We've seen it in New York and DC and some places in the West Coast. But modelers are now saying that epidemiological modelers are now saying that we could be looking at another 50,000 to upwards of 300,000 more deaths between now and the end of March, as it kind of sweeps across the country. I hope those numbers are an exaggeration, but I don't think we should think of natural immunity as a strategy. I think you're right we haven't. Right. We like in Europe. If you had natural immunity, that can count towards some of these vaccine requirements, which I think makes sense. Antibodies are antibodies, whether you buy them from a pharmaceutical company or you acquire them, unfortunately, naturally. But it's not necessarily a tactic that somebody would want to deploy because you don't know how it's done.
But if you knew that you just recently caught COVID, let's say within the last 4 months, and then your mother, Ryan, like let's say your mother gets COVID and she needs somebody to care for her, wouldn't you rather be the one to sign?
Right.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
right question. No question.
We don't know anything. But we don't know anything. They don't tell us anything. We don't know how long.
Well, and you're right about that. They downplay. You're right about that. They're unwilling. They being the public health establishment, their mainstream media allies.
God, I can't listen. You're so fucking irritating. You are getting not annoying.
Can we expect?
Plans for today's dreams and all of.
Can we expect? Can small businesses expect to open soon?
Yeah, that's going to be a positive announcement that we make this week, and I look forward to it. No one dislikes these shutdowns more than I do. I actually despise them, but in saying that, health is a priority, and follow the guidelines of the chief medical officer. But look forward to having a good announcement for restaurants and gyms and other folks that have been closed.
A lot of small businesses are waiting for the shoe to drop. Your feelings towards them?
Something my heart breaks for them. I'm a business person, right from day one, and I understand, some of the needs that they have and the payroll that they have to meet and other areas where we're putting every resource possible to make sure we support them through a level of another $10,000 grant, making sure we take care of the electricity or the taxes, any of their overhead that they have. But that nothing makes up for that when your business is closed. What makes up for that is let's open the businesses up. And hopefully the patrons will come back and feel confident that they can go to their favorite restaurant, their favorite gym, go to the banquet hall. That's the most important thing. And look forward to making an announcement this week.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all he does. And people are like, fuck Doug Ford. This is so bad for you.
So I would just ask this restaurant owner and all other merchants to be patient.
If it's anything like we've seen in the past, we experience a minimum of a 60 to 70% decrease in income.
And I know it's difficult. We have put in place the measure to help them financially. We've done that.
I mean, provincially, we haven't gotten anything from Quebec. All the federal. We've gotten empty promises as usual. That's all they like to give.
So I'm just saying, let's make sure that we don't go back, and let's go and do those measures gradually. That's the only thing I would say.
We'd like to say to other restaurants that are leaning more on the fence.
Yeah, check it out.
The people who are ready to fill up any restaurant who are ready and willing to join.
Warning. Censorship. Warning. Censorship.
Hello, everyone. Here is something interesting that will happen in Quebec next Sunday, on January 30. A civil disobedience movement has been instigated by restaurant owners, sport associations, store owners, and other entrepreneurs with the intention of reopening on that day, without requiring the QR code associated with the vaccine passport. This caused quite a stir, to the point that Christian Dubé, Quebec Health Minister, specifically asked during a press conference to be patient and not to reopen for the moment.
So I would just ask this restaurant owner and all other merchants to be patient. I know it's difficult. We have put in place the measures to help them financially. We've done that.
Here is what the owner of the Questé restaurant in Montreal had to say about this movement. Why it's really important for you to join the movement to reopen on the 30th of January without vaccine passport.
So for us, the main reason we're doing this is because we think it's time that we all should notice that there's time for change, and we think that if you just ask for one portion of the population that are vaccinated to come in, you're not going to get nearly as much support. You're not going to make as much of an impact and as much of a message. So we think by including everybody, because at the end of the day, we're all in this together. It's not like this is just one portion of the population that's faced with this issue. So I think it's important that you include everybody, and it is discriminatory to do what is being done right now. And I mean, it's important that we all band together and make a difference as a unit rather than just separating society like is being done right now.
How did you receive the decision from the government that they decide to close all the restaurants on the 31 of December? It was the same kind of decision that it took from last Easter. What was the impact on your business that day?
So as per usual, they announced it last second. They don't give any forewarning. They just throw it on you. And so, I mean, for us, it wasn't as much of an impact as other restaurants. We still lost half of our staff that aren't coming back because they're fed up at this point. They don't want to go into an industry that are going on chômage, off of chômage, onto chômage. It doesn't make sense. So we lost half of our staff. We've been closed ever since the last closing. Because we're like, I mean, it's mentally just very frustrating. So we've been closed for the past 2 years. It's anything like we've seen in the past. We experienced a minimum of a 60-70% decrease in income. So that's another big thing we all experience. But for us, our food costs and our costs aren't as high as other restaurants. But for other restaurants that have much higher costs, meaning rent, food costs, if you have steaks or if you have fish, your costs obviously be a lot higher. Your food expires a lot quicker. So for them, they all get ready in anticipation for New Year's, and they're only told the day before. So for some restaurants, for example, because of also the NCQ's been on strike, everyone had to pre-buy all their alcohol. Some restaurants bought over $100,000 of alcohol, they bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of food that unfortunately had to just be either the alcohol you can always return, but the food had gas to get thrown away. So it was a big loss for everybody, and it was like usual, very last second without any warning and without any consideration to what we've all been through for the past 3 years. It's the governmental help has definitely helped federally. I mean, provincially we haven't gotten anything from Quebec. It's been all federal. We've gotten empty promises as usual. That's all they like to give. And I mean, on Quebec side, they haven't helped federally. They did provide rent subsidies and staff subsidies that definitely helped a lot. But I mean, we don't need the money. Like, keep us open and give that money to hospitals that actually need it. There's no need to close us. Keep on funding money into restaurants to keep them open while they're closed, and then not give anything to hospitals that are still struggling. Like, it's just counterintuitive if you're saying the hospitals are in need of help, not us. So keep the hospitals open. Keep the restaurants open and give that money to the hospitals and actually fix the issue rather than just closing endlessly for the next God knows how many years.
And since you announced that you will reopen and disobey to the regulation of the government on the 30th of January, how the population did react to your choice, your decision?
Overall, I'd like to say it's been very, very positive. So I'd like to say I can't give an exact percentage, obviously, I'm just basing myself because it's me who's been answering all the messages on Instagram and on Facebook and going through them. Minimum 70%, like minimum 70% of it's been completely positive. We've had obviously, like everyone has their own opinions on situations, and we all have to respect that. And we've had a good, like about a 30% just whatever comments, and we've had like 5% of the comments just completely just off. Just not even just becomes a discussion, just becomes a hatred towards somebody based on their views on life. So I mean, that's just, we knew we were going to face it, so it's obviously it's part of it, and we knew it was going to come. And I mean, we work in a restaurant, so you're always going to deal with unhappy people. So it's part of it all.
Do you know a lot of other restaurants who will open the same day?
So as of now, we know that there's going to be, we're getting messages and we're going back and forth with a lot of restaurants. As of now, confirmed, we have obviously ourselves, Cafetière Européenne in Laval. We have one restaurant in Quebec City that we're talking to that we'll be announcing tomorrow. So I'm not going to give the name, I'll let them announce it. They'll be announcing as well. And then we also saw today that Saint-Houblon will be joining as well. They have 3 locations in Montreal And then besides that, there's also Maison Istanbul in Laval as well, who will be open. Putting your business at risk is something that is definitely scary for everybody. I mean, we risk losing licenses, we risk heavy fines, we risk losing the support of our clientele because you're not guaranteed to have support. You could either receive it or have people completely against you. So there's definitely that as a fear factor to make people jump in. And another thing we'd like to say to other restaurants that are leaning or on the fence, that there are hundreds and hundreds of people who are ready to fill up any restaurant who are ready and willing to join. And I'm sure there's not sure, but I've seen that there's a ton of people who are ready to support anything that the restaurant may do. There's a bunch of lawyers who are ready to back anybody up. We have a community. Canada is strong. Canada's not divided as we all think. I mean, there is a lot of people ready to jump on this cause and a lot of people ready to make change on this movement. So we will still be following all the sanitary measures because, like I said, we really want to push the fact that we want everybody on board. So there are people who are against masks. Obviously, there are people who are for it. There are people for everything. So we're trying to find the middle ground where everyone can meet in the middle and feel safe if they come in one. Because we obviously don't want our clients to come in feeling like they're going to get sick and leave being sick. So we're going to follow all the sanitary measures. We're having a crew come in next week to properly clean the place. We're looking into getting some HEPA filters to also make the quality of the air in place. It's going to clear out the air and remove 99% of bacteria as well. So we are going to be following ways to show that, look, there's a way where we can meet in the middle, and there's a way where we can do this properly, where you don't have to close us all the time. There's a way we can do this properly and efficiently, and there's no need for us to be closed. Because, I mean, like we all know, there's no statistic, there's no fact that says it was us. Now you're just pointing fingers and taking the blame off of yourselves.
So far, we can count more and more establishments joining in. Some of them want to reopen, but keeping the sanitary measure in place, while others simply want to remove the vaccine passport that discriminates against a part of the population. We can feel the impatience of the population for the reopening of these businesses. While they go down smoothly, that remains to be seen, but Ribbon News will be there to bring you the other side of the story. This was Alexa for Ribbon News. If you want us to fight against these vaccine passports, please go to fightvaccinepassport.com. Chip in generously so we can hire a top-notch lawyer to go against it. And if you think you are a specific case, please fill the form at the same webpage, fightvaccinepassport.com. Thanks.
From Calgary's mayor. From Calgary's mayor. To Ontario's Minister of Education and Premier. And to Garcia protests targeting politicians' homes are happening more and more.
It is an incredibly unnerving and unsettling experience
Aw.
to look out your window and see people holding signs calling you a Nazi.
This week, Calgary
but
approved
you're a
reimbursing
Nazi.
$8,000 in home security costs for counselors. The mayor also wants social
They need
media
to
platforms
stop
that clamp
fucking
down.
up.
They should be held accountable and responsible
You
for the
should be
communication
held
method that they have
accountable.
encouraged and put out there to embolden groups like this.
Oh my God,
Issues
so
around extremism and protests have created a dynamic where there are more
Calm
threats
down, I'm fucking
to
thinking
people serving the public than before.
Ottawa enacted legislation this weekend to protect healthcare workers from intimidation. It does not extend to political leaders, and the Prime Minister says that is not under consideration. Former Environment Minister Catherine McKenna wants to see a tougher stance. She stepped away from politics after threats and crude graffiti outside her office and worries future leaders may be turned off.
For sure, legitimate protest is okay, but harassing people, following them to their homes, seeing people yelling, screaming, bells, that's not okay.
How do you feel knowing that you've destroyed every small business? This was what Toronto's mayor faced this summer. His home has also been targeted.
I'm worried about our country drifting
I'm sorry,
in
but
the
if you
direction
don't
that the United
explain it,
States is
back the
on,
fuck up.
and Europe to some extent with this incredible polarization.
Security experts say there is a cascade effect. The more viral videos like this, the more protesters will be emboldened to cross the line between politicians' private and public lives. Even
No, it's
beyond
the same thing. Sorry.
COVID-19. Travis Sanders,
We don't get to have
CTV
private and
News.
public lives. You don't get to have private and public lives. In reality, you live in a $4 million home, and I live here.
Shifting focus to Sri Lanka now. The power crop.
Yeah, no. Thanks. It's fucking, you wouldn't get to reality and say, fuck you.
All right, Saga, what are you looking at? Well, as my station in life has improved, I have been lucky enough to meet a few billionaires. Not lucky, as in I was graced by their presence. Lucky enough to actually get the chance to interact with them and learn a very important lesson. They're really
dumb.
Air marshals who handcuffed him. Stop resisting.
I love that. Stop resisting. I'm not resisting. Just tell me what you want me to do.
He's filthy rich and never.
The once regulations lapse, the government will no longer mandate the wearing of face masks anywhere. From tomorrow, we will no longer require face masks in classrooms. And the Department for Education will shortly remove national guidance on their use in communal areas.
The United Kingdom is saying farewell to all of its COVID-19 restrictions, and Ontario needs to do the same. That's right, on January 26th, no more restrictions throughout the UK.
Andrew fucked up, and now the Queen's pissed. Okay, well, listen shit up right here. Very good. No. No. Oh my god, I have pizza pockets. Ew. Oof. Fuck, that hurts. Okay. Augustus.
In Quebec, a group of people of Arab origins gathered in an apartment is called
Illegal.
a family. We are all Quebecers.
The once regulations lapse, the government will no longer mandate the wearing of face masks anywhere. From tomorrow, we will no longer require face masks in classrooms, and the Department for Education will shortly remove national guidance on their use in communal areas.
The United Kingdom is saying farewell to all of its COVID-19 restrictions, and Ontario needs to do the same. That's right, on January 26, no more restrictions throughout the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has just announced. Look, Canada's got to do it sooner or later. Might as well get it over and done with now, because there were people out there who are going to be reticent about this no matter what. There are going to be some voices out there who focus more on the negatives, focus on the doom and gloom, focus on the reasons to hold us back, as opposed to focusing on the reasons to make progress, to move forward, and to say, yes, we can do these productive steps that allow us to live again, to reopen, to see our children's smiles. I think one of the things that a lot of people don't really get is that saying that the end of a mask mandate is coming doesn't mean you're no longer allowed to wear your mask if you want. It just means people aren't going to be fined and denied entry and denied service if they choose not to wear masks.
In the country at large, we will continue to suggest the use of face coverings in enclosed or crowded spaces, particularly when you come into contact with people you don't normally meet. But we will trust the judgment of the British people and no longer criminalise anyone who chooses not to wear them.
You know, I have a number of friends in Florida right now. A lot of them from Ontario escaping to Florida. And they've actually told me the majority of people in Florida grocery stores that they've been to are wearing masks. I guess it depends on the day or week. Maybe those folks were seeing the headlines about Omicron variant spreading. They were a little nervous, so they chose to wear the mask. And there were stores in Florida where a majority of people were wearing masks. You hear all these headlines about Florida. You think no one's wearing masks, but apparently most people at some points, some parts of the state, actually are. So there you go. Personal choice means the choice to decide what you want to do. Now, another good thing from the UK is that Boris Johnson embracing the positive news about Omicron variant receding, and also, here's the thing about it being less severe. For months now, we've had public health officials, the actual people running the show, telling the public, telling the media, you've got to stop fixating on case counts. It just doesn't matter as much anymore because they're not really concerned about double vaccinated or triple vaccinated people in their 30s or 40s catching a mild version of this, which we're now being told by many physicians that basically if you double vaccinated, you catch an Omicron variant. For most people, it's like the flu. It's like having a cold. The only problem is a small percentage of people, according to Public Health Ontario, 0.5% of people who are acknowledged to have Omicron, and that's only the people who've tested positive, not all the other people out there who don't actually get tested, but still happens. The number's actually much smaller than this, but 0.5% of people end up in the hospital. Well, that's unfortunate. We wish them well. We hope it doesn't happen to them, and we want to be able to throw our hospital resources at them to help them get better, to help them recover. But what does that have to do with saying our kids can't play hockey, that their schools have to be closed down, that a restaurant owner has to veer into bankruptcy? We have poured hundreds of billions of dollars into dealing with COVID-19 since this began collectively as Canadian taxpayers. And the idea that we can't surge capacity to deal with some hospital challenges right now, that should be unacceptable to Canadians. They should demand more from the very well-paid senior hospital administrators and bureaucrats who are tasked with effectively managing this system and supporting the frontline heroes who are caring for COVID patients. So good news to see progress happening there in the UK. And should Ontarians say we should do that here? Yes, they should.
In Quebec, a tattooed man of Latin American origins running down the street is called a neighbor. We are all Quebecers.
Meanwhile, American President Joe Biden has held a formal press briefing marking his very first year in office. Speaking of the country's fight against COVID-19, President Biden said that the United States is actually now in a better place to fight the virus than it was when he had become president exactly a year ago. But Biden has also admitted that more could have, of course, been done earlier to try and boost the COVID-19 testing when the Omicron variant emerged. He also said that more is now being done. However, the country has gone from 0 at-home tests a year ago to about 375 million tests on the market in just about a span of a month.
Some water, so.
It's been a year of challenges, but it's also been a year of enormous progress. We went from 2 million people being vaccinated at the moment I was sworn in to 210 million Americans being fully vaccinated today. Bottom line on COVID-19 is that we're in a better place than we've been and have been thus far, clearly better than a year ago. We're not going back to lockdowns. We're not going back to closing schools. Schools should stay open because the American Rescue Plan, we provided to states $130 billion. $130 billion to keep our students and educators safe and schools open.
The President Biden has also confirmed that Kamala Harris would be his running mate if he were to run for the office again for his second term. While the president has alluded that he'll seek nomination for November 2024 election, he has not yet formally announced his intention of course, running for the presidency again.
You put Vice President Harris in charge of voting rights. Are you satisfied with her work on this issue? And can you guarantee, do you commit that she will be your running mate in 2024, provided that you run again?
Yes and yes. She's going to be my running mate, number one. And number two, I did put her in charge. I think she's doing a good job.
The Biden's first year anniversary comes at a very rocky time. He's trying to build America back better, and COVID hospitalizations, however, have reached a record high. The Biden's voting rights bill has also failed to get the necessary support in Congress and comes at a time where America's political system is under question.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax, nice and slow. All right, your left down pretty clear to me.
And our correspondent Susan Tehrani has been tracking the story very closely for us and has sent us this report from New York. Take a look.
U.S. President Joe Biden held a rare press conference at the White House to mark his first year as a president, defending his record at a time when his poll numbers among the American public continues to sink and is on the decline. One of the most significant moments during that press conference was when the president pointed to the Ukrainian standoff and said that he believed Russian President Vladimir Putin would, quote unquote, move in the troops that he has amassed along the Ukrainian border. The president also signaled that America's response would be very different depending on how Russia would stage that incursion into Ukraine and not whether or not that incursion would take place. Domestically, the president blamed COVID, the Republicans, and even big meat companies for the economic problems many Americans are facing here at home, notably the supply chain crisis and inflation. He denied that he overpromised during his first year. He did say that he actually outperformed expectations, pointing to the decline in COVID deaths, mass vaccinations, and also job creations. Biden said that he commits to keeping Vice President Kamala Harris as his running mate for 2024. He also said that he's disappointed in some within his own party for not supporting his domestic agenda, saying, quote, "I'm not asking for White castles in the sky." Regarding his signature Build Back Better bill, the president did admit that that bill will likely be broken up into pieces in order for it to get passed on Capitol Hill. Moving forward during his second year, anything he would do differently, he said that he hopes to get out of Washington more and talk to the American public, consult with more quote-unquote experts for constructive criticism, and also campaigning for 2022. And regarding those sinking poll numbers, President Biden said, well, he doesn't pay attention to polls. Susan Sarkwani reporting from New York for WION World this morning.
WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move.
What are you made of?
They say diplomacy is the continuation of war by other means.
Water?
What this basically implies is that diplomatic channels can be used to corner a country. They can be used to have your way with somebody without directly taking them on. So when President Joe Biden says that America is back and diplomacy is back, what he's basically trying to suggest perhaps is the return of great power politics, the return of American meddling and interference, where a country's individuality takes the back seat, as the United States tries to remake it in its own image. Now, this is evident in the kind of summits the US conducts, the Summit for Democracies, for instance, where nations are asked to reflect on their democratic record, America's own record of befriending dictators and toppling elected leaders notwithstanding. This is also evident in the kind of diplomatic appointments that America makes, the kind of ambassadors it sends to other countries, with the aim of shaping their domestic policies in the way the US wants. Take the latest diplomatic appointment, for instance, the new US ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti. Joe Biden has apparently personally picked him to serve as the US envoy to India. The question is, what will he do when he comes to New Delhi? Let's have it from the horse's mouth.
It's confirmed I will work closely with India on a similarly bold approach to promoting green energy through the International Solar Alliance and through the Agenda 2030 Climate and Clean Energy Partnership. But my friends, in the end, the bedrock of our relationship.
Good evening. We begin with tragedy tonight in the city's West End, where a house fire has left one person dead and another with critical injuries.
Candy.
Oh my God.
We are following breaking news tonight. The Ford government will announce its plan to ease restrictions tomorrow. City News 680 has learned part of the plan includes restaurants opening at 50.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do it. Please.
This is what Ukraine wants from its allies. Ultra high-tech weapons. In this case,
And oil.
missiles, courtesy of the British, delivered this week. Canada hesitated after it was asked for other kinds of munitions.
One of the things that we have seen is that Russia is looking for excuses or reasons to continue and even escalate its aggression against Ukraine. The decisions that we take will be based on what is best for the people of Ukraine and what is best towards keeping peace globally.
Fuck the police. Hey. Man, you guys make this fucking impossible. Please. Oh. The internet is for porn. The internet is for porn. Why you think the net was porn? Porn, porn, porn. Yes. Okay. No, well, yeah, orange, but like. Huh? Please just type the things that I literally now have to press. Please. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Nope. Thanks, though. Because I can't ask Caitlin or Lindy. Oh, wow. Fuck off. Are you kidding me? More lame. If that was possible. R. We'll fix this. Wait, let me do it.
This is what Ukraine wants from its allies. Ultra high-tech weapons. In this case, tank-busting missiles, courtesy of the British, delivered this week. Canada hesitated after it was asked for other kinds of munitions.
One of the things that we have seen is that Russia is looking for excuses or reasons to continue and even escalate its aggression against Ukraine. The decisions that we take will be based on what is best for the people of Ukraine and what is best towards keeping peace globally as long as we possibly can.
Canada was one of the first nations in the door for the multilateral military training mission in Ukraine, an almost 7-year commitment that's due to be extended in March. A commitment underscored with Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly's visit with troops this week. She also met with her French counterpart in Paris. Like Canada, several European members of NATO are reluctant to ship weapons, not wanting to further antagonize Moscow. Experts have noticed Canada's pivot.
Up until from 2014-15, when all this started, up until just like now, Canada has been amongst the biggest hardliners.
Caught in the middle of this desperate international high wire act, the people of Ukraine and this young woman.
I heard rumors that Putin wants to go to Kiev. This is really scary.
Although not publicly acknowledged, what the Ukrainians are interested in particular, are Canadian anti-aircraft weapons and satellite surveillance systems. Critics say the time to ship them is now, not after an invasion. Murray Brewster, CBC News, Ottawa.
Chez Stelpro, on aime sauvegarder.
Quelques-uns un peu trop.
Joins-toi à l'équipe.
Good evening, I'm Adrienne Arsenault. Andrew is on assignment tonight inside the ICU struggling with COVID.
Just a few minutes ago, it was optional to go to really unsafe levels.
We get an intimate look at the intense, life-saving moments pushing doctors and nurses to their limits.
We struggle every day to find 1 or 2 doses.
And the key medicine that is running out. As fears grow that Russia will invade Ukraine, the U.S. president makes a public prediction.
My guess is he will invade. He has to do something.
The fallout and what Canada is saying. You've seen it on your grocery bill. Now the cold reality. Inflation hits a 30-year high.
I have no choice. I have to eat.
Why it is so tough to slow it down. The daycare dilemma.
Do we send our kids to daycare? Do we not? Do we even have the option of not sending our kids to daycare?
From testing to isolation, the struggle facing parents of kids too young to be vaccinated. This is the Knowing about the pressure on Canada's hospitals is one thing. Seeing it is another. Tonight, we take you inside one Ontario hospital where critical medicines are being rationed by lottery. Hit hard and hit early.
You didn't try to eat that sandwich, did you?
The minister says this may be the dark before the dawn.
We're starting to see glimmers of hope. Omicron cases are expected to peak this month, with a peak in hospitalizations and ICU admissions to follow.
That peak can't count soon enough. Of the more than 10,000 hospitalized COVID patients in Canada, Ontario alone is home to more than 1 in 3. At the moment, its hospitalizations do appear to be leveling off, but right now that is still thousands of patients, nearly 600 in the province's ICUs, dozens dying every day. Christine Bierak shows us firsthand what that life and death struggle looks like. Oxygen levels plunging, staff springing into action, and some medicines in short supply.
The scenes unfolding inside the intensive care unit at Scarborough General Hospital can be tough to watch, as nearly every bed is now taken. Life here is incredibly fragile.
That would require me having to go to the store for industrial size suction cups.
Suddenly started gasping for air. Dr. Martin Betts is the medical
What?
director of critical
What are we
care
talking
for the
about?
Scarborough Health Network. He says this
All the
patient
people
has been
like having a really
healthy
hard
and
time
stable.
breathing.
Cameron, for fuck's sake.
It's a real challenge to be able to describe
Touch the door.
Yeah, but there's something leaning on the door.
The illnesses people suffer from and the
Well,
intensity of the
That's out of the way.
It's a scene that's playing out in
It didn't make
ICUs
too much
across
noise.
the
Sounded like you
country.
just moved something.
Exhausted and short
Sounded
staffed.
like you just
Healthcare
moved something.
workers
Yeah,
are
it did.
struggling to save every life.
Why is that okay? Why could you do whatever the fuck you want? And I'm like trying to literally be Legolas.
Because you hear the sexy voice. I'm pretty sure she saw me actually.
Yo, she's straight up fucking
Does she
hit
like
on
have like?
you.
Does she have like short hair kind of?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Kind of looked like Cole almost when he was younger.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, she looked like she had a really angry face. She looked like a boy, kind of. She was skinny.
Up, Cameron.
No, I'm just
Like,
trying to figure out.
I honestly, I wasn't like really focusing on that. I was focusing because I was curious as to who was at the door, but not speaking. That's all I was focused on. Okay.
I just didn't know who it was.
I try not to pay attention in the
She just,
entirety of the
looked at me,
neighborhood.
like, fucking look, and I was like, oh, fine. I just like said hello and kept going, but like,
No, that's the new neighborhood thing. They just stare you down, and especially like at crucial moments, like when they're driving, they're supposed to be looking after children who are about to run into cars, and then they're like, "Look at that girl being a bad dog owner." I was like, "Look at your fucking kids about to run into a car!" Oh my god, this place is fucked now. It's so stupid. Shut up. You just didn't realize my dog went outside. Thanks. Fucking reassuring. Oh fuck, there was something. I was telling Ian about that stupid sticker thing on top of the window. I was like, yeah, we got them from that Chico's place.
I thought he gave it to us.
No, we got from Chico's. They leave them at the cash.
Yeah, I thought he gave it to us. He was like, just so we know.
Yeah,
the
he
animals.
gave me the same fucking speed word for word. Where I was just like, yo, we got that cool sticker from Chico's. He was like, oh, well, we don't ask you those questions because we want to be invasive. We want to know how many fucking pets you have. I was like, oh my god, what?
Oh.
Then people ask me for deposits. They were like, well, we don't allow animals, but I'm like, he's not really, like, that's a little cat. And I'm like, yeah, my cat is more of a fucking nuisance. Dom, actually, when she was here, she was like, it sounds like your cat's wearing boots. Like, yeah,
They know she's.
I'm well aware of that. I was like, I feel like sometimes, like, we should just call her, like, steel toe or, like, fucking just, like, because it just sounds, yeah, she
So I
sounds
call
like she's
it flopper.
clomping around in fucking steel toe boots. Like, since she was fucking, since we got her. Hello. My lungs are on fire from chemicals.
Yeah, probably.
All up in my skin.
I got.
Okay, wait, what?
I got pee.
Okay, I thought you said food. I was gonna be like, nah. Is that mine? I swear to fucking shit, I will literally kick you in the dick hole. I will be just the most upset. Is that my mattress? That is my mattress. Damn. What do you want? Whatever. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I swear to God. I just heard my mother's voice in my head.
What?
Usually it's my father's voice in my head, but today, just now, it was my mother's. They're selling my fucking mattress. And I was just like, you know what? Never mind. Because I just heard her. In the back.
That's the mattress that I thought that was the mattress that came with that big fucking thing they brought with there.
The big ass bed frame. I
Yeah.
told them to throw it out because, like, I just remembered my husband reminded me. She was like, we used to all have the same bruise.
Is that no? I mean the one that like I helped with your dad.
No, but they told me that was a catastrophe and they feel super terrible. They reminded me multiple times how bad they felt and how much you went through. The struggle was real, I heard. Apparently you guys almost died multiple times.
It's just because it popped off the wall and then like it fucking crushed my foot.
They're white and they make it sound way more intense than it usually is. So, but no, this is the one me and you slept on it in the basement. The one where I don't know, either I raped you or you raped me or something shit. I don't know.
You two won't.
You fucking randomly started sleep talking and you stopped again. It's so weird. It's like 6 years ago. You've never sleep talked in your life. You mumbled like maybe for a sec. I don't know, and your breathing's getting all fucked up again. So you gotta go to the doctor. You gotta do this shit in a bag thing. You have to go early though. You and I fucking made it a point to the bank. All my anxieties. I just want to go make my bath.
Good morning, everybody.
Well, as of right now,
Our firefighters is like voluntary.
How you feel about the fact that all the newspaper you were on the first page just
Wait. Okay, wait. Ow. Oh.
well, as of right now, I've been terminated officially.
Yeah, but I thought you guys are volunteers.
how you feel about the fact that all the newspaper you were on the first page to some of them they show you as a criminal.
Yes, that is the problem. And I was speaking to one journalist now. I was telling them that journalists are more strong. The press is more powerful than an army. Because with information, you can weaken people. You can weaken people with information. And that is the problem. So the problem now is that they are frightening people. You just have a
Oh my god.
A week ago.
Wait.
It's the blood of 10 million healthy young U.S. soldiers taken and tested over 20 years. A huge sample that shows people who eventually developed multiple sclerosis were almost always first infected by Epstein-Barr virus and not other viruses. The researchers say it's the missing link.
Being able to really point the finger and say this is a complication of infection with this virus, I think is a game changer in terms of future research.
Almost everyone eventually gets Epstein-Barr. Some get sick with mono, others don't, but the virus never leaves.
What?
Researchers have long suspected.
Wait. What the fuck is this? UCA couple rescued stranded driver?
While most people were hunkering down indoors, safe from the record snowfalls of
Let's go
Monday's
do this.
historic
I
winter
think.
storm,
Oh,
one
geez.
GTA
That's
couple
too
made it
much.
their mission to get
Okay,
outside,
let's go do this.
brave the snow, and help stranded drivers across the city. This is my husband Dave. All morning, literally from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. He was out there helping people get out of the snow. And Scott and Lindsay Abassi are a young couple from Markham,
Oh, my
Ontario,
phone
who say
fell
they
through.
rescued more than 15
Love it.
drivers during the storm. As soon as he saw the snow coming down, I knew what he wanted to do today.
We just leave the house and we
Yes.
see
Hilarious. Doug Ford shoveling people out of the snow. That's how bad the fucking snow removal is. That in Toronto, the premier is literally outside with people. He's just like with a shovel, just shoving. Like, yeah, but like you just go to car to car. Like that's how fucking everyone hates this guy. I feel so bad for Doug Ford. Nobody drinks water. He looks like he got rabies. You know. my dog's puppy. I like that you fucking laughed at that. Fuck you, Cameron. I shit you not. He fucking brought his me in his mouth. Right before I fucking left, he started eating fucking treats off the floor. I was like, oh, are you serious? Okay, great. Now you're fucking eating. That's fantastic then. Get home. He's like refusing. Just like slightly, just like all of your shit all the time. Have the shit over. Why not? Being a considerate neighbor. That's what I do. I turn on the shower head when it gets high enough, and then I fucking put it in the shower head with water. That's what I do. I'm a fucking considerate neighbor. Damn fucking right. I am also working. If you go up into your bed, yep. Shut up, Cameron. Everything's so hard. So hard not to get me. Okie dokie. Great. Good form. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Your special jewelry. Because your normal jewelry needs to go into my jewelry. Because I'm stealing for their fucking stupid ass reading. Fucking.
The pandemic has been a bit of a catalyst for cyber criminals.
Let's not. Wait. No, something back there. What do you want? My nasal passage is on fire. You're not dying.
Peering into the eyes of different animals, you'll see some extraordinarily shaped pupils. But why?
I really just want to like. Spy cameras are crazy. There we go.
Statement said that if Russian troops just cross that line into Russia, into Ukraine, I should say, then the U.S. response will be that full force, severe economic consequences, which President Biden said could include the freezing of U.S. assets, American dollars, sitting right now in Russian banks. Now, Biden also said that while he does guess that Putin will invade Ukraine, he said that Putin's mind is so changeable, it will be like deciding which side of the bed to wake up to every morning. And he also said that Putin would regret if he does that. And also, when people asked, look, you know, Putin has ignored threats of economic sanctions.
You better fucking watch out.
Think that he'll take these threats seriously? Biden said
Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. When I use bubbles, do you smell the difference?
Sometimes, yeah. Usually if you're all moist.
Okay. Further my question. This is fucking. I have to tell you, the peppermint one. Do you notice the peppermint one?
I mean, that I haven't noticed because you haven't taken a bath in a while.
You know what? Never mind. I don't know why I'm expecting real answers from you. I just want my fucking smokes. They're on the wooden. Yeah.
But it started testing new short-range missiles after denuclearization talks stalled. Sung Yoon Lee is a professor of Korean studies at Tufts University. He has more on North Korea's military advancements and how far it's likely to push Washington.
For the past 70 years, North Korea has argued that its, quote, hostile U.S. policy, end quote, that drives North Korea to do what it does.
Ow, you just scratched me. I didn't do anything. What was that fucking for? God. My pets treat me like fucking shit. Get that in there. When you're not busy, can you make me a pizza pod? When you're not busy, can you make me a pizza pod? Thank you. Okay. I'm very tired. Man. Later. Merp. I brush my teeth. My teeth are fucking dry on my face. Still no sick. Oh yeah. gonna bring anything over. Number of point empty shells. Israel vaccine true. We have made mistakes. Clear. Very clear. This was spent on a watch. Ew. Ew. Okay. Oh. Really? Because of a fucking hair? Mm. Yeah, sure. Okay. I kill anything else. Because I can. Because there's room in here. Fine. Define sulk of Hera. Oops. Something. Huh?
I'm Juliana McCandis filling in for Clifford Baines, who's the hunter. Every year, thousands of Americans join Alcoholics Anonymous and have their personalities destroyed as a result. Should we be doing more to warn people about the dangers of joining AA?
Well, it's time we did something. Every year, AA takes countless fun, sociable people and turns them into boring, sanctimonious husks of their former selves.
That is so true. You know, most people can handle sobriety responsibly. They can go to a party, not have a drink, and be fine. But for people in AA, as soon as they get around alcohol, they start talking about their constant struggle with their disease, their need to find clarity.
My father was in AA, and I can still remember the terror that I felt when I'd hear his key in the door after a late night meeting, afraid that he'd want to wake me up and apologize to me for his faults as a father for hours on end.
That is just false.
No, hold on. I've been very open about my membership in AA. So I read books on sobriety, go to meetings in community centers and drink coffee with strangers late at night.
Look, it's hard not to be resentful of AA when that person who's always been the life of your birthday parties all of a sudden is leaving the party before karaoke even starts.
If you know somebody who's in AA and you see them at a bar or at a party, confront them. You know, what's in your cup? What's the matter? Why aren't you drinking?
And we don't need your help. It's just a matter of turning to a higher power.
Look, I used to have a very close friend, but he gave up drinking. And now he won't even answer the phone when I call screaming incoherently at 2 a.m. just to sing Rolling Stone songs like we used to do at the bar after work.
Look, my AA isn't a problem. I do not let it affect my home or my work life. So
We can't sit here anymore and listen to you becoming more and more smug and self-satisfied.
I need AA. I can't get through the week without it.
We have a video we'd like to show you.
You're not the same man I married, David. I can't even have a sip of wine without you sighing loudly. David, you have a problem. You are obnoxious.
I didn't realize that my sobriety was hurting my family.
Well, it is, David.
All of us. David, take this. It's going to be okay. Come on.
You can do it. It'll be okay.
You know you want to, David. Attaboy, David. There you go.
Cheers! Cheers! What?
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Apologize for being late. My wife just died. All right, we've got a lot on the agenda today, so let's begin. At noon, the president will be meeting with Iraqi Prime Minister Maliki via video teleconference. And the purpose of this meeting is going to be to discuss some of the security issues surrounding the newly appointed Iraqi government officials. And yes, Matthew?
I'm so sorry. I mean, your wife.
Yeah, well, as you might expect, the pain's unlike anything I've ever experienced before, but we've got a lot to do today, so let's keep moving, okay? Maura?
I'm so sorry to hear that, sir. Janie was a really wonderful woman.
Yes, I can confirm that, but Maura actually made a pledge to the president and the people of the United States to keep the nation informed as to the activities of its leader, the leader of the free world. So let's keep this going. Next question, Jim.
Can I ask what happened to Janie?
Jim, what happened was she died. It was a car accident. We can't just bring the entire nation to a halt because of it. So does anybody have a question for the president? Yes?
Any mention by the president about Kim Jong-il's latest statements regarding North Korea's nuclear facility?
Well, I'm afraid I can't answer that at this time. Maura, I was not at the president's briefing this morning. I was identifying my wife's body at that time. However, I will find out more about the subject and be happy to answer any questions about it later in the day. Okay? Moving on.
And is there anything I can do to help?
Cards or flowers can be sent to my office. Thank you.
Do you need anyone to talk to or someone to help you with anything?
People, this subject is not on the agenda today. Believe me, there's nothing I'd like more than to drop down behind this podium and weep. But I can't do this. Why? Because I'm a grown man, I've got a job to do, and so do you. So I'm going to take one more question on the matter of my wife, and then we're moving on, okay? Wilson?
You told Bobby and Megan yet?
Well, the children were in the car with their mother at the time. They're at Georgetown University Hospital. Bobby's in a coma, and Megan lost her legs. Okay, next question. Is this question about the president's schedule? No. Okay, well, then we're done here. Thank you for coming. Oh, wait, everybody, Monday, we may have to push Monday's briefing back until 10 a.m. if Janie's funeral runs long. Okay, everybody have a great day.
Good morning. Before I go over the president's schedule, I have a brief announcement.
Yesterday, a librarian at the National Archives made the discovery that a Japanese-American internment facility was still in operation in the mountains of Northern California. The facility should have been closed in 1945 and had 6,000 residents released, but unfortunately the camp was overlooked until this week. I am happy to announce, however, that the remaining 118 detainees have now been fully exonerated of suspicion of spying for General Tojo, and they have been freed. Next item of business. The president will be meeting with the Australian Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd. Yes, Denise? Huge oversight. How could this have happened? Well, Denise, it looks like the camp just somehow slipped through the cracks. The end of the Second World War was a hectic time in America, and it's only natural that we let a couple of things slip in our excitement over defeating the Nazis. Well, to answer your question, the remaining residents are all in very good health, considering many of them are well into their 90s. As for those born in the camp over the past 6 decades, a life without the distraction of television, spent gardening and chopping wood and so forth, that seems to have done them well.
Are you actually going to be held responsible for this?
No, there won't. In fact, the War Relocation Authority was responsible for the decommissioning of the internment facilities, but that organization ceased to exist in 1946. So, no. Last question. David.
Where are the survivors now?
Most are with relatives.
And the others?
Well, upon learning that the war had been over for 6 decades, a few individuals made some very clear threats against the United States government, and those individuals are currently being held for questioning.
Over the past 15 years, the cost of living in this country has increased 9%. Well, real income has remained almost stagnant, almost the same. Now, I can stand here and quote statistics all day, all the time, but instead, I want to tell you a story about a man who lives right here in Washington, D.C., at least he does for 130 days of the year. Now, this man isn't a hero in any kind of a traditional sense. He's never leapt into a burning building, but this man works hard every day to support his family. And in my book, that makes him a hero. That man is me. Now, this man right here takes pride in his work. He didn't go after the big bucks, and believe me, he could have, but rather chose to do something he really believed in, serving his country as a member of this branch, the legislative branch. It is for this very fact that it's made it difficult for this man to maintain the standard of living to which he's accustomed. Now, isn't that a crying shame? I think we can do better for me. We have to do better for me. That is why I urge you to pass H.R. 529, the Congressman Gary Nelson Salary Adjustment Bill of 2007. As you will see in the riders to this bill, the encouragement doesn't have to be limited to an increase in salary. It could also include a lot of things: tickets to a sporting event, a gift certificate to a nice steakhouse here in the DC metro area, a car, a skiing pass, skiing clothes, skiing boots. My family loves to ski. This year alone, we approved $276 billion in tax breaks for corporations and $36 billion for small business. But what have we done for the simple working congressman from Connecticut? If this legislation helps just one family, and I guarantee that it will, then we as Congress will have done our job.
%63% of our public elementary schools provide children with little or no access to the internet. That is completely unacceptable in this day and age. Without basic familiarity of the internet, without knowing how to browse, chat, and search online, Our nation's youth do not have the skills they need to enter the 21st century workforce. I've researched this issue personally, and it is dear to my heart. I have been to children's chat rooms and have been shocked and disappointed to find they are frequently empty. Even when these youngsters do manage to find their way online, they lack the skills to do something as simple as pinpoint their location on Google Maps. We've made significant progress wiring the nation's schools for the internet, but we have to do more. Every child in America should have an internet-capable computer, not just at the school, but in their bedroom at home, preferably with a high-resolution webcam. My fellow representatives, I hope you take this matter seriously, as I do. Believe me, I long for the day when someone can log onto the Nickelodeon under 13 chat room and type, "Hey, any kids in here like to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? I have a Nintendo at my house," and be overwhelmed with instant messages. Then I'll know we're doing our job supporting technology in this country. Vote yes on HR 372. Though our children's bodies may be small and supple, their minds should swell with knowledge. They must get the computer skills they need today. Also, I'd like to fuck these kids in the ass. I yield the remainder of my time.
Daily fantasy sports. The most addictive thing you can do on your phone other than perhaps cocaine. If you own a television, you cannot have missed their ads.
Get to DraftKings.com right now for one-day games that let you win daily.
FanDuel packs the thrill of a whole season into just 1 week.
With FanDuel, there's no season-long commitment.
Are your dreams big enough to cash a giant check? Play free with promo code TROT.
Enter promo code YouTube60. Use the promo code CLEAN6. Enter promo code BANG9.
Yes, daily fantasy sports combine everything dudes love: sport, money, and a lack of commitment. And I will say, the promo code really gives it an air of exclusivity. It's like you've just joined an elite supper club whose password is BANG9. It's been impossible to avoid those ads. A few months ago, the two main daily fantasy sites, DraftKings and FanDuel, were airing a national TV ad every 90 seconds. You only need to remind people of something that often if your target market is sports-loving goldfish. Now, for those who don't know, let me quickly explain to you what daily fantasy is. Until fairly recently, fantasy sports used to be a season-long game where you and your co-workers picked imaginary teams of players, put $20 each in a pot, and eventually lost to Janice in accounting, which would have been extremely upsetting, and I'll tell you why. She don't give a about sports. She don't give a But daily fantasy is very different. With daily fantasy, you can go online, typically pay an entry fee of anything from 25 cents to thousands of dollars, pick a team for just a week or a day, and compete against total strangers. It's the same as season-long fantasy, the way a nice mug of tea is the same as a nice baggie of heroin. Now, both give you a lovely warm feeling, one's a little more intense. And many TV networks are not just airing daily fantasy ads, they're making deals with these companies.
We should note NBC Sports Group and NBC's parent company Comcast are among the investors in FanDuel.
This is something I should disclose. The 21st Century Fox owns a stake in DraftKings.
We should mention that CNN's parent company, Time Warner, has made an investment in FanDuel.
As a matter of disclosure, ESPN has an exclusive 2-year marketing agreement with DraftKings worth reported $250 million.
Wow. At this point, there is almost no show that is not financially compromised by a relationship with daily fantasy, including Yell at Your Daughter Till She Dances on Lifetime. In fact, just so you know, HBO is a subsidiary of Time Warner, which means that this joke about being compromised is, in a sense, brought to you by FanDuel. And I'll say, thanks, guys. And it's not just TV networks. Some of the sports leagues themselves have closely partnered with these sites.
The NBA has an equity stake in FanDuel, MLB has one in DraftKings, and many NFL teams have advertising deals with the fantasy sites.
In fact, 28 of the NFL's 32 teams have sponsorship deals with either DraftKings or FanDuel, and the Cowboys and the Patriots owners are both investors in DraftKings. And of course, in a way, leagues and networks like the idea of daily fantasy. It's frankly the only thing that's going to make people want to watch the Bucks and the Jaguars face off on a rainy Thursday night. Because no one is watching just to witness the majesty of Tampa Bay kicker Connor Barth, unless you are Connor's mom. And even then, she might DVR it. I'm sorry, Connor, but it is Thursday. It's scandal night. I've got Shondalands right through. Have a good kick. I hope you kick good. But it's a little weird to see professional sports in cahoots with these sites, because most leagues have generally been opposed to gambling. Unlicensed gambling is illegal in most states, and these sites do look a lot like gambling. And don't just take that from me. Take it from Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Namath.
Do you feel like it's gambling? Is that what you do when you play fantasy sports?
Anything to play?
I think you have to pay.
And do they win something?
They do.
It's gambling. Okay. So, Joe Namath, a man so lacking in discernment, he wore this to the Super Bowl. Even he can see that this is gambling. And he's not alone. Just last month, the Gaming Control Board of Nevada ruled it was gambling, essentially arguing if people are going to lose all their money pressing buttons on a screen, that screen better have Sex and the City characters on it. And just this week, there was another development.
Big trouble for those daily fantasy sports sites FanDuel and DraftKings. New York's Attorney General says they amount to illegal gambling.
Yes, the New York Attorney General is attempting to shut down daily fantasy in the state. And if that happens, the best way to gamble here will once again be buying meat on a stick from a guy with a cart. Why does my chicken have whiskers? Do you know what? I'm hungry, I'm rolling the dice. But both major daily fantasy sites insist that they've done nothing wrong. In fact, DraftKings even claims on its website that it's 100% legal, which is immediately suspicious. If the guy at TCBY said this frozen yogurt is 100% legal, you would know that somehow it was a product of the illegal sex trade. And both companies bristle at the very word gambling, insisting that they are something far more benign.
You don't view what you do here at FanDuel as gambling.
No.
That's a word that isn't used very much around here, I take it.
Because we are, every time that you talk to our users, what comes through loud and clear is the fact that we're an entertainment product.
Okay, sure, but you know what else is an entertainment product? Gambling. Gambling is incredibly entertaining. Until, of course, you're down 15 grand to a Russian entertainment syndicate. But when DraftKings in particular claims that it's not gambling, it's worth noting that not only have they applied for and received a gambling license in the UK, but according to the Nevada Attorney General, their website once had search engine optimization phrases with multiple instances of the word betting. And sites usually use alt text like that to tell search engines what they are. It's why this show's website is tagged with British Nerd, Brit Dork, News Goof, and 30 Facts Funny Man. So here's the question. How can DraftKings say they are not gambling and 100% legal? Well, daily fantasy sites often point to one particular piece of legislation, the 2006 Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act, or UIGEA.
Right now, of course, fantasy sports being a game of skill is carved out of UIGEA and permissible in most states in the U.S. I just think under the current law right now, it's very obvious that this fits within skill gaming.
Now, what he's referring to in his charismatic, monotone, sleep-inducing voice is that in 2006, when Congress passed a law to crack down on online gambling, it exempted fantasy sports, which, remember, back then, were just those office things that you lost to Janice in accounting. It was meant to be a very small exception, but through that small carve-out, two multi-billion-dollar businesses have emerged. It's like those lawmakers built a doggy door for a beloved pooch, and then daily fantasy came bursting through like a pack of wolves, saying, "We are dogs. It's a doggy door, right? That's for us. We're legally dogs. Woof. Right? Tell them. Woof. Woof." Step aside, Wolf. But even the guy who co-wrote that law says it wasn't meant to apply to what fantasy sports have now become.
The U.S. congressman who drafted the 2006 legislation used by DraftKings and FanDuel as proof of their legitimacy is upset. Former lawmaker Jim Leach says it is, quote, sheer chutzpah for the daily fantasy sports sites to pretend the law makes them legal.
Okay. First of all, chutzpah is actually pronounced chutzpah, but the idea that daily fantasy sites are using this law to claim they're not gambling is not chutzpah, it's horse shit. Because that law, interestingly, that law never said fantasy sports were legal. It just said they weren't explicitly illegal under that specific law, but that each state's gambling laws would continue to apply. And in general, most states determine whether or not something is gambling by asking whether it's more of a game of chance or more a game of skill. And if being a game of chance could make you gambling and therefore illegal, it's no wonder that daily fantasy sites like to describe themselves like this.
They are games of skill, and we can prove that through data that we have.
If skill is a predominant factor in the game, then it's a game of skill. And we can show that our game, like traditional fantasy sports, it is skill predominant.
It's legally critical to these companies that they be perceived as games of skill. That's why every time they talk, you hear the word skills more often than during an underground rap battle. In fact, just this Friday, daily fantasy supporters actually held a protest rally outside the New York Attorney General's office with a familiar chant. Game of skill! Game of skill! Game of skill! Now, if you're thinking it's a little odd that ordinary fans were chanting something so legally specific, there may actually be a reason for that.
Behind me this morning, there were about 250 people here. They blocked the sidewalk, a lot of police, a lot of protesters making a lot of noise. But 100 of those 250 people were employees of FanDuel themselves because their offices are right here at Union Square.
They used their own employees as protesters. If you are trying to make the argument that you're not a shady gambling-related company, maybe don't openly stack the deck in your favor. Which is not to say that daily fantasy does not involve skill. It actually might involve a lot more skill than they would like you to be aware of, because this summer a study revealed some shocking numbers.
91% of the profits were won by just the top 1.3% of players during the first half of the baseball season. 85% of players were losers.
85% of fantasy players were losers, which is staggering. In the general population, that number is 40% at best. It essentially breaks down like this. 40% losers, 40% arseholes, 14% weirdos, 5% decent human beings, and then, of course, Beyonce. And if you are wondering what it takes to be part of that big winning 1%, let me show you.
Albertson made over...
Must you chew so loud?
Hey Canada, Tim Hortons hockey trading cards are back. Featuring Team Canada. Collect them all while supplies last. And introducing Tim Hortons trading cards. Featuring the people who work at and go to Tim Hortons. Collect them all, including a table of retired old men talking about how bad the snow clearing is. A guy who always has a free muffin, even when they don't make those cups anymore. Lady who's been in line for ages, but still doesn't know what she wants when it's her turn to order. Construction worker buying 19 coffees for his entire crew. Guy outside smoking the dirt. Bikers trying to look tough while drinking double doubles in the parking lot. The one plain donut left at close. That damn lid. The broken speaker. Desperate politicians trying to appeal to everyday Canadians. And the guy who started working at Tim's in high school and always thought he'd move on, but no, he's still here. Tim Hortons trading cards. Collect them all. You won't want to, but you're here so much, you will anyway.
You okay there, champ?
Team, it's been a tough year here at Hillroy, what with school cancellations. Scribbler's sales have hit rock bottom. Any ideas on how we can cut costs on 3-ring binders?
How about 2-ring binders?
How are we ever going to crack this nut? How about 2-ring binders? My God, that is a perfect idea.
Hey, I literally just said that. Tired of being ignored at work meetings? Or we could raise the price.
Raise the price!
Try a work parrot.
What'd you say, Bird?
Raise the price.
That bird is a genius.
Parrots have super sensitive hearing, capable of detecting high-pitched sounds, like a human woman's voice. Work parrots can repeat these sounds back to men who can't hear them, making communication easy as man, woman, bird, man. Get a load of this idea. One-sided loose leaf. It's only got one side, so we sell more.
One-sided loose leaf.
Okay.
Another gold star idea.
He'll still get all the credit for your ideas, but at least a parrot is kind of better than another man getting the credit, I guess.
Parrot, what say you and I go golfing this weekend and talk about getting you a raise? Getting you a raise? You see, this guy gets it.
Why wait for me?
Did you hear something?
Work parrot. It's 2021, and this is still the best we can do.
The viral video of that Australian lady being dragged off by the police is obviously a symbol of the emerging vaccine apartheid in your country, Australia, but also elsewhere around the world. Is this two-tier society what you want? Hello there, you 4.7 million awakening wonders, wherever you are in the world. Whatever you believe in or don't believe in, here there is a place where we can communicate openly in the comments below, and here, with me doing, let's face it, most of the talking. Have you seen what's going on in Australia? Remember Australia? All right, mate, good day, mate, do as you like. Now it's like Australia, sit still, mate, shut up, mate, you're going to an internment camp. What the hell's going on over there? Have you seen that footage of that, like, well, I was going to say old lady, but she's exactly my age. So I'm going to say young, virile woman being arrested. Let's have a look at it because it's pretty fascinating.
You cannot arrest her.
She doesn't look like a criminal, does she? You know, I don't know how you've been schooled to profile and vilify criminals. Maybe that there's some terrible demographic information in that. Or maybe it's just good old-fashioned balaclava over the face. Well, it's not. It's from next door, Jean. What are you doing to Jean?
She was in there, she refused to show us.
She wasn't the
no, she was calling us. Yeah, you don't have that.
I'm happy to show you my information.
You don't have that.
I like that on the back of that policewoman's uniform. It says liaison officer. Like, what's happening here is a liaison. Oh, should we have un liaison? Bonjour. Right, get me back in the fucking van.
What are you doing? What are you putting that bag on the river?
A 46-year-old woman, young, was arrested by 5 police officers in Queensland, Australia for failing to show her vaccine passport. The owner said that the business had been fully compliant with the state and federal public health directives. He said it was the first time Rebecca had visited the establishment. It was her first time coming here and first time she's been out since December 17th, cafe owner Matt said. She thought, bugger it, I'm going to have a coffee today, and look what happened. That's more the Australia that I recognise. Bugger it, I'm going to have a coffee. Not this madness that we're seeing on the screens. Also, this is a person who's evidently taken the lockdowns pretty seriously. She's not been out of the house for a fortnight. Oh, today, maybe I will venture outside. Probably it's not so bad as everybody says. Australia, after all, still a free country, and our police force, they work for us after all. Maybe I'll even stop for a hot beverage and enjoy a bit of time talking to my fellow Australian. I'm going to fucking liaise on you. Get in the back of the van.
What did they do?
Leave her alone.
Leave her alone. So that police van's like hermetically sealed. It looks like you've only got a certain amount of air in there. Don't breathe too hard in there either. You've only got 10 lungfuls. I hope you guys are happy with yourselves. If you're finding yourself justifying that, you've been propagandized, because there's some things where you can just sort of tell from your initial feeling, no, that's not right. Like just your initial feeling of seeing that woman being handled so aggressively. Sometimes you see images of police brutality and you're like, oh no, but that person was that and they were carrying this and they done. You go, no, I don't know, man. That don't feel right. Can't you sort of see that in pursuit of a particular goal, you have transgressed against the principle under which you are purporting to operate? Because the whole idea, surely, is human life is sacred. And because human life is so sacred, any measures we must take are necessary. But if that ends with, get in the fucking van, then it's like, well, I thought we were doing this because human life is sacred. Then if you take that off, then it's like, well, what other objectives and what other agenda could it be? I'm not saying engage with conspiracy theory. I'm saying this sanctity of human life argument that you're advancing doesn't seem to hold up in light of the behaviour we're witnessing. Why is she under arrest? Why is she under arrest? I've tried negotiating with a police officer at the point where you're actually a bit in the van, and at that point, it's definitely over. You pay my tax, you pay my wages, of course you do. Yeah, you pay my wages. I heard that last time we were throwing an old lady back in the van.
I'm happy to provide my name and address.
Yeah, that would seem like enough at this point. Name and address, pop round later, have a bit of a chat. I mean, she doesn't seem like a serious threat to society. I mean, it was hard enough. Do you remember when what used to be mobilised against us were fear of religious or racial differences in order to stoke hatred and suspicions around potential terror in the good old days of 10, 15, 20 years ago? At least then there was an onslaught of bigotry and conditioning that had gone on for a generation to prepare you for the prejudicial view they were inviting you to undertake. But now it's like, right, you know, little old ladies, what, like my mum and my nan, she was a terrorist. You cannot arrest her. Officers attended a Urangan cafe on January the 12th to ensure the business and its patrons were complying with the current Chief Health Officer's public health directions. The bureaucratic language, the technocratic ease, the way that we're being prepared for a kind of new reality. Hello, I'm the Chief Health Officer, and in order to protect your health, we're going to hustle you quite aggressively into the back of the bag. But that's bad for my health. Don't question the Chief Health Officer. Australia's peak doctors' body has criticised an unethical proposal to charge unvaccinated people for their medical care that's being considered by New South Wales government. Images like this, discourse like this, conversation like this is obviously being used to legitimise new legislation. So whilst this, of course, is a titillating video to watch, let's have a look at what's really happening. The state's health minister, Brad Hazzard, confirmed the government was looking at forcing people who had not received the jab to pay for their medical bills if they required hospital treatment for COVID. This is an idea that you're sort of being slowly prepared for, that's being introduced, the idea of culpability. Why would you draw the line there, though? If it's the idea is you're not doing something that you could do that's later put a burden on the state, well, how do we start looking at, I don't know, diabetes, obesity, injuries sustained while drinking, lung cancer? I mean, where does it end? Where does it end? It begins, and I don't even mean that as a purely rhetorical device. My concern would be that it does become that. Sorry, you smoked. Sorry, you're fat. Sorry, you ate badly. I mean, why not? The idea represents a radical departure from Australia's system of universal health care because it didn't used to be evil. The Australian Medical Association president, Dr. Omar Khurshid, said that the big issue from a medical point of view is that it's really not ethical or the right thing to do to limit access to healthcare based on people's previous health choices. Yeah, it isn't, is it? And there are some things that are more important than the contemporaneous conflict and conflagration around the contentious issue of coronavirus. Loads of us have different opinions. There's a variety of data. We're all picking our own pathways and courses, but there are some things that the God of the belly informs us are right and wrong. And it's, you know, respect for one another, care for one another, respect for people's individual choices, an open heart and a faithful mind when dealing with complex and complicated issues. These are sort of little guiding principles we can refer to when in doubt. I think it'll be a real shame if through this pandemic we lose our compassion, we lose our humanity and our care for fellow Australians.
even if they've made choices we think are unwise or incorrect. That's just a much more rational view. You know, be compassionate, be kind, recognise you can't actually, well, you can create a society where you bundle women into the backs of vans on account of what looks like a kind of bureaucratic misunderstanding. But then what society are you protecting? What principles, what values are now at the top of your set of hierarchies? In November, the former New South Wales Premier, Bob Carr, called for Australia to follow Singapore's example after its government announced it would start charging people who were unvaccinated by choice for their medical bills. In the US, companies are telling unvaccinated workers to pay more for health insurance. At Delta Airlines, unvaccinated workers would have to pay an extra $200 a month for their healthcare insurance. In some countries, including the US, companies have insisted that staff receive coronavirus vaccines or else pay monthly fees, or even lose their jobs at employers such as United Airlines, tech company Google, and Citigroup. Furniture retailer IKEA has cut sick pay for unvaccinated UK staff who are forced to self-isolate because of close contact with someone with COVID-19. I suppose once you introduce these kind of measures, which appear to be happening incrementally on a global scale, you are preparing for different ways of regarding different sections of the population. Now, I know a good many of you watching this will think, well, too right, that's fine. But I would say wherever you stand on this issue, if you're willing to make allowances when it comes to particular principles, it might lead to unexpected places.
You have been arrested.
This is ridiculous.
What a fuck country we live in. Yeah, we are. We are in complete fuck, mate.
That police officer's got like an infinity tattoo like on their arm, like this sort of infinite interconnectivity of all these. The good old circle of life.
How could you do that to that lady? How could you do that to that lady?
How are they not having a Mitchell and Webb "We the baddies" hands moment?
Are we the baddies? I'm so embarrassed to be an Australian. That is disgusting.
Even from a resource level, that does seem like a lot of vans for one middle-aged lady.
That is disgusting.
As you know, this is an issue that is difficult to discuss and one that is subject to some censorship at every level, so you necessarily have to be cautious. But when you look at that video and you hear the idea of society of many tiers being introduced, perhaps you look at it this way, perhaps you consider, well, there are already many tiers dependent on class and economics and race and sex and gender, so what? But generally I thought that was a bad thing. I thought we'd agreed that's something that needed to be altered, addressed, that fairness is something we're trying to create. Same way as we thought that bodily autonomy was something that was sacred and something that we were prizing for individuals. It seems now that many of these principles are mutable if a particular agenda can be pursued. And what we're interested in on this channel is what agenda is being pursued. But this is not getting into conspiracy territory. Simply have a look at who is benefiting financially, who is benefiting from the introduction of particular regulations, and see if you can build a narrative from that. I invite you to participate in that process with us, because obviously I'm just a person. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's best for me. I make mistakes every single day. Now, I certainly don't know what's best for you, but together I do believe that we can discover truth, real and objective truth, and make a difference. But it will require that we are open and compassionate to people that have different perspectives from us. That will be a requirement. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Give this video a like. Pass it around. Get people talking about this stuff. It's only through conversation we're ever gonna change the world. If you enjoyed this video, please have a look at this one, similar themes, and please have a look at Awakening, my side channel. If you want to join my mailing list, please do so here. It's just one click away and you'll know everything I'm up to this year. Festivals, live events, things, but unless you're Australian, you might be able to attend. Please, most of all though, stay free. As people with different opinions on types of medicine start physically beating each other in the streets and on aeroplanes, we ask, what's driving this tribalism? And is anybody benefiting?
How did you fuck up the toilet again?
Hello there, you 4.7 million wonders continuing to awaken in the face of incredible opposition. Here you are welcome, whatever you believe, whatever you think, as long as you come here with an open heart, which some people are clearly lacking in the fuselages above the sky, because ex-Baywatch staff are beating up the elderly on the basis of face coverings. We're going to have a look at that because it's sort of ghoulishly humorous, but we're also going to look at an article by Matt Taibbi about who benefits, who profits from this sense of aggression and via primal emotions, you all know.
Well, screw the pooch. Best non-banks.
Economics called The Reformation in Economics. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, our pleasure. The piece was very interesting and provocative, just laying out how the fact that we don't have population growth certainly sufficient for replacement at this point could lead to intergenerational conflict. Just lay out the case that you're making here.
Yeah, so it's I'm kind of making the case of a book that was released recently and has got a lot of attention in economic policy circles and also in finance. I've worked in finance for about 10 years, so I know kind of both scenes. It's a book by Charles Goodhart and another economist called Pradhan, and they're making it. They're kind of laying out. We've known for a long time that birth rates were becoming problematic, probably for about 20 years, and there have long been debates about it. I know in America it's long been debated about Social Security and whether it can maintain its solvency. But this book kind of was talking about more of the kind of real forces that most people would face, and I thought it was the first time that economists have actually tried to think through what it would be like to live in a world that has serious problems with population growth. And although the book is very good, and I much recommend it, it is a technical macroeconomics book, and it focused really on the technicals. And I thought that there was a case to be made to try and write an essay about that, kind of imagining what that would look like through a political economy lens. Yeah. And I think when you think about it, we're probably facing down, and I mean it's our generation. It's Gen Xers and millennials will be the first, I think, to really experience this as we age. Is that there won't be enough people effectively to man the machines as people get older, and this means that there'll be reasonably large resource constraints on economies, and we'll have to share it between the people who work, the younger people, and the older people, and that extends from both consumption goods, but also to ownership of things, especially property, but also stocks and bonds and so on. And I just in the piece I kind of try to imagine what that would entail, and the conclusion I come to is it has to generate pretty severe intergenerational conflict.
Yeah, I'm reading here. Quote, imagine in 50 years we've reached the point where the rapidly aging population of the wealthy West is distorting economic life. If the young decide they want to solve this problem, what are their options? Put brutally, the only way the young could gain more control over resources and assets is through forcible confiscation, or worse, termination of the elderly. In some of these societies where we see this already in the year 2022 at the most extreme, like in Japan and more, are we seeing some of these predictions kind of come to light, Philip?
No, Japan is a funny one because it's the first country to experience the aging. It experienced it earlier than other countries, and it's actually had the opposite impact. So this has been the debate against the book that I'm talking about. But people say, well, look, so the book predicts, for example, inflation, asset market inflation, just very uncomfortable economic dynamics. Japan has seen the opposite of that. Now, it hasn't been positive. Japan has known turning Japanese in finance economics tends to mean stagnation. So Japan has been experiencing the growth stagnation that we expect because there just aren't enough people to man the machines and buy things. So the growth stagnation is there. Japan hasn't really grown that much for about 20 years. But we haven't seen the inflation. That is very specific to the Japanese economic system. It's because effectively young people are willing to accept wages that don't grow in Japan. Now, why that is, technically speaking, it's because they're paid on bonus systems. Anyone who receives a salary in Japan is effectively paid like a financier here in the West, which is a good portion, maybe 40% of their pay comes as a bonus at the end of the year. That means that when times aren't good, when the growth slows, they don't get an increase in wages. So from a technical point of view, we do not have that wage flexibility in our economies. Do we want it? Probably not. But also, I just don't think Westerners would accept that. I think that there's more, there's a kind of culture of respect for elders in Japan that I don't think we have in the West. And so I don't think we'll get away with overt wage suppression. So short answer, they are experiencing problems, but they're slightly different problems than what we're experiencing. Well, what we will experience probably.
You had a part in here that I thought was really interesting that I hadn't thought of before. You say the capitalist system discourages family formation and fertility. Can you just lay out the sort of rationale behind that, or why you argue that?
Yeah, I mean, capitalism is a great system for making and distributing stuff. It will make and distribute stuff as much as it possibly can, because a profit motive is there for you to make and distribute that stuff, and you can make money out of it. Capitalism doesn't innately care about the human capital that it is formed on top of. So for the capitalist system, the ideal human, in a sense, is a worker consumer, somebody who goes to work as much as possible, produces as many things as possible, and then goes to the shop and buys those things as much as possible. That person, increasingly, it looks like, probably is a single individual rather than a family unit. There's many different reasons for that. You can use your own imagination, but just the fact that you have to work so much, or that your entire personal life, in a sense, becomes so revolving around consumption, earning and spending, it seems to discourage the formation of families. The problem is that capitalism, it relies on that human capital. It relies on a growing labor force. It needs it to sustain itself. But of course, capitalism isn't conscious of itself. It's just people making decisions about trying to make profit, or trying to work more, or trying to consume more, or whatever. So it's not capitalism can't think about the threats that it poses to itself. It almost, I joke sometimes that this is kind of what Karl Marx should have been looking at. He always thought that there were contradictions in capitalism, and he thought, for example, rates of profit would fall, and overproduction would do this and that. And some of the things he said were true, and most of them weren't. But this is a real contradiction to capitalism. If the end point or telos of capitalism is to have everybody turned into a hyper worker, hyper consumer who doesn't spend time raising a family, then capitalism will eat itself.
Right. And here's the question, though. Is there anything that can be done about it? Because, you know, I look, a lot of people here on the right, they like to talk about Hungary. I mean, yeah, they increased their birth rate from like 1.2 to 1.7. I'm not saying that's bad, but they threw the kitchen sink at it in terms of their economy. And it's a very different country, too, in terms of their demographics, what they're willing to accept, social spending, and more. Is it possible in the West in order to reverse this trend at all, Philip? Or am I just being too cynical?
You are right that Hungary is the only place that has managed to, through policy, increase its birth rate. It was from a low base. Communism destroyed family formation a lot quicker than capitalism did. They both seem to, but communism had a concerted effort. The post-communist countries tended to have very low birth rates, so Hungary was starting from a low base, but they increased it 30%, and that is not to be sniffed at. And I also would highlight that while the birth rate increased 30%, the marriage rate increased even more. And I think that encouraging people to get married is probably the first step here. I mean, if you look at statistics now, for people born in the 1980s and 1990s, it looks like, best case scenario, only 50 to 60% of those people are going to get married even once. So even married and divorced, only 50 to 60%. That's down on 80 to 90% for the previous two generations, the baby boomers and the World War II generation. So is there anything to do about it? I mean, you're right. Hungary has thrown the kitchen sink at it. They've been very aggressive. They spent a lot on it. But they have seen some success, so that does give hope. Now, one thing I would cancel is there are more left-wing attempts that have been attempted at this for a very long time. So it's not widely known, but Sweden, since the 1960s, has been running pronatal policies. The foundation of Swedish social democracy was an economist called Gunnar Myrdal and his wife were promoting natal policies beginning in the early 60s. And these were things like childcare, state childcare, more socialist solutions to the problem. They have not worked. Sweden has had lower rates, lower birth rates than the US for most of the time, and currently sits at the same birth rate. So if there is a solution, it really seems more to be the Hungarian solution rather than the Swedish solution. Will either of them work? I don't know.
And so the other thing that you dismiss in the piece, which is an obvious solution if you need more people to have a vibrant society and not have this intergenerational conflict, is increased levels of immigration. And you say that that turns out to be politically destabilizing. But does that always have to be the case? I mean, certainly in America, we've had a lot of waves of immigrants, and that's led to tension at times. But ultimately, people are absorbed, and the country has been, sort of strengthened and made very vital by the different waves of immigration that we have. And even now, when we've had a lot of very fraught conversations about immigration here, I just looked up the Data for Progress poll recently found 69% of people support a pathway to citizenship. So is it in fact inevitable that immigration is going to lead to political instability and is not a potential pathway forward to solving the issue that you identify here?
Well, one thing is that immigration will not solve the problem alone. The problem is that when the immigrants come to the highly developed Western wealthy societies, they, as you said, they integrate to a large extent into those societies and their birth rates fall. So the immigration has stable population growth decline. Population in the United States, for example, is still growing, mainly due to immigration, but it has not solved the problem of an aging population. Even though the population is still growing in the US, the population continues to age. And that's because when immigrants come in from Central America and Southern America, they adapt to the new surroundings and they lower their birth rate. So number one, I would say it does not actually, it does help in terms of perpetuating economic growth, and it definitely helps in terms of population growth, but it does not help in terms of the aging structure, which is kind of the core thing that I'm getting at in the essay. In terms of political tension, I mean, I'm sure we all are. I'm trying to be as objective as possible about this. The tensions that immigration has brought in Europe have been profound. Absolutely nothing. There is no politics in Europe that isn't immigration focused. All the headlines from Eric Zemmour in France, now competing with Le Pen because there's so much demand for this kind of rhetoric, to Sweden that I mentioned that have been pronatalists since the 1960s. The entire Conservative Party in Sweden has been demolished, and the Sweden Democrats now are in charge. This trend is absolutely everywhere in Europe. Brexit in the UK, where I am, was clearly driven partly by anti-immigrant sentiment. And I think in the US, probably the somewhat divisive presidency of Donald Trump was in part due to this immigration policy. One thing I will say.
But I will say that, I don't think that those things, I'm going to speak to the American context because it's what I know the most about, and put Europe to the side for the moment. But again, even with Donald Trump, I think you're right, tapping into this anti-immigrant sentiment, making, immigrants the scapegoats of what ultimately has been a failed policy of neoliberalism that has created this mass inequality and made an underclass that is so desperate. Even with that factor, you still have the overwhelming majority of people supporting a pathway to citizenship, believing that immigrants contribute more good than harm in society. So even at a time when people have been incredibly stressed by, the financial catastrophe and the fallout from that and these roiling politics, you still have a mass majority sentiment in favor of the benefits of immigration within the American context.
That could be the case, but the sizable minority that doesn't like it get very angry, and I think that's the cause of a lot of political division, a lot of political tension.
Okay. Keep stepping on your stupid fucking bones. Okay, we'll close before the catastrophe happens. Fucking boxes of pads with one everything back. There's one of those shit band-aids that like I was trying to come up and now I'm like, yo, the fucking shit band-aids at? Why is everything made of fucking bars? I don't want to put this back on my computer, but like I'm willing to fucking just like blindly look in. Oh, okay.
With 5G technology raising red flags at airlines across the globe, we're getting a better idea as to how this could potentially impact travel from and to the U.S.
It's an ever-changing thing that's happening hour by hour as we speak. So it is another thing, along with weather and COVID, that is challenging today's traveler for sure.
U.S. cell phone providers AT&T and Verizon have paused plans to turn on 5G towers located near certain U.S. airports after warnings from several American airlines. While dozens of countries have already launched 5G, the U.S. is launching in a higher range. Experts worry the technology may have the potential to impact radio signals that are used for navigating as well as landings.
What we're hearing is the Boeing 777, and certain airlines such as the Emirates and others are choosing not to fly into certain U.S. airports.
Canadian Airlines say they're keeping an eye on what's happening in the U.S. Air Canada telling me so far they have not changed their U.S. schedule just yet. In a statement to City News, the company says, in part, Air Canada is closely following through its membership in A4A the situation in the U.S. with respect to the potential impact of 5G networks on airline operations under certain conditions. While we have the procedures in place and use aircraft types that ensure safe operations, we are engaged on this matter as we continually work with Canadian, U.S., and other regulators and aircraft manufacturers to further enhance safety. WestJet also saying in a statement, we continue to monitor the 5G rollout in the U.S. and at this time, given our flight frequencies and destinations served, we do not foresee any significant operational impacts to our guests traveling to the U.S.
What do Canadians need to keep in mind if they're planning to travel to the U.S. at this time? Well, I think first and foremost, if you're traveling, make sure that you download the app for your airline and check your flight. What we are also hearing is that some airlines are not canceling the flights, but they're actually changing their aircraft. That may affect you, specifically if you've pre-selected a seat. So just make sure that you download and get that flight update.
Travel experts say it's also important to arrive to the airport with enough time to spare in case last-minute changes occur. We did reach out to the Greater Toronto Airport Authority. They say flights have not been canceled or delayed for this reason. However, there are some flights delayed in the U.S. due to poor weather conditions at impacted airports. Melissa Nakovely, City News.
If you're listening to this and you're a little confused by all this tech, you're not alone, right? So we thought, let's get through it together. What is 5G? Why specifically is this tech such an issue? And why are airlines delivering this warning that it could be so disruptive? Check it out. Commercials. Hi, Verizon launched the first 5G network. Cell phone companies offering you incredibly fast internet speeds with the promise of 5G. It's not complicated.
I was at ABC, but they know I'm a little too. Another eruption. Wait. Hang on. Wait a second now.
The launch of new 5G cell phone technology in the US Wednesday, causing some disruptions in the aviation industry, with some international airlines canceling flights to certain destinations within the US. However, Canadian Airlines say the dispute is not concerning, at least for now. In a statement to City News, Air Transit says we have very few flights to the US, and the airports where we land are not problematic in terms of proximity to the 5G towers. They add, we're analyzing the situation and discussing with all the stakeholders involved, notably Transport Canada and other Canadian airlines. According to regulators, the new service can interfere with some sensitive aircraft technology, which the airlines worry could produce severe disruptions or even crashes. The Federal Aviation Administration warned that Boeing models are particularly affected. WestJet spokesperson tells City News, we continue to monitor the 5G rollout in the US, but given our flight frequencies and destinations served, we don't foresee any significant operational impacts to our guests traveling to the US. However, one insurance company is urging Canadians who have trips booked to the US to check with their airlines for possible delays or cancellations.
It is really important for all travelers, first and foremost, to download the app of your airline. Sign up for text alerts.
Goose Insurance co-founder says with so much uncertainty surrounding the 5G rollout and how it could impact Canadian airlines, people should always plan their trips.
You should always buy travel insurance before you book so that you've got that extra layer of protection.
Heba Kamal Shafi, City News.
Like, what are we doing?
For many people with chronic illnesses, finding just the right treatment can be taxing and not always successful. But trials are now underway in the field of bioelectronic medicine with new technology that's offering patients some hope. Tonight, we hear from a few of those patients who've had some success with this treatment and doctors who say that while it's still early, this could be part of the future of medicine. ABC's Will Carr has more.
This is Kelly Owens today, hiking the Cocoa Head Trail, a steep Hawaiian Stairmaster. It's a 1.5 mile incline made from more than 1,000 steps. But this was Kelly just 4 years ago in a wheelchair.
When I was 13, I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease and manifestations of inflammatory arthritis. I tried 22 different biologics and immunosuppressants, and none of them worked, which left me with progressively worse disease every year.
Out of options, Kelly discovered bioelectronic medicine, learning about cutting-edge technology that could help. So she threw a medical Hail Mary, signing up for a clinical trial in Europe in 2017.
My husband and I sold everything that we owned and created a fundraiser and went around for 6 months. I was implanted with a vagus nerve stimulator on June 22nd of 2017, and the device was turned on July 6th. Within a matter of days, I noticed how much my pain decreased, and within a matter of weeks, the inflammation around my joints noticeably decreased as well.
It wasn't just Kelly. Out of the study of 16 people, 8 had meaningful clinical improvement and 4 entered into remission. Within just a few years, the technology Kelly's been using has become less invasive.
You put this around your neck once a week to charge it, so there's no wires. You can't see it, you can't feel it.
David Chernoff is the chief medical officer of SetPoint, which developed a vagus nerve stimulator. It's the size of a pill inserted into a patient's neck and delivers a small amount of electricity to the nerve. While the device is still in early trials, he says it's technology that could be used in the future to help patients like Kelly return to a sense of normalcy.
And there's about 1.5 million people in the U.S. who have rheumatoid arthritis, and they have to take very expensive medications for their entire life to treat this because there's no cure for it. Our approach is different. There are many examples of bioelectronic medicine which are very successful. For example, in the context of Parkinson's disease with their movement disorders, tremors, and shaking.
Doug Bland was diagnosed with Parkinson's 9 years ago.
Fuck, we're just having that. Shit. That's it. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh god, really? No. No. I just fucking saw that shit. No. Perfect. Let's do that. Okay.
The really interesting and rather amazing thing about Epstein virus is that over the years we've been discovering more and more diseases that are actually caused by it or associated with it. Burkitt lymphoma, as the tumour became known, was the one that it was first isolated from. But then, not long after, it was found to cause infectious mononucleosis or glandular fever in young teenagers and adults in the Western world. Then, quite by chance, it was found to be associated with a tumour very common in Asia, particularly southern China, called nasopharyngeal carcinoma. And now we know that it's also the cause of lymphomas that develop in people who are immunocompromised, in particular people who have had transplants of some sort and have to be immunocompromised to prevent rejecting their grafted organ. And finally, Hodgkin's lymphoma, a proportion of those tumours are also associated with the virus. So that's quite difficult to get your head around, really. And I'm going to hand over to Alan Rickinson, who can tell us about some of the ways that these associations have been discovered.
Yeah, well, one of the fascinating things about this story is the role that chance and circumstance plays in the development of the story. I mean, it's true generally, but scientific research is particularly well exemplified, I think, by the story. So let's just pick one example. To go back to the early years, within 2 years of the discovery of Epstein-Barr virus, there was an attempt to show just how specific the relationship with Burkitt lymphoma was. And so people were taking blood samples from patients with Epstein-Barr virus and measuring the level of antibodies, the level of immune response against the virus to check whether it was in some way abnormal. And what was found was that Burkitt patients had very high levels of antibodies to this virus. And most people, although they were infected by the virus, did not. So there was a distinction there. So the fact that the antibody response was raised was somehow a marker of the specificity of the disease. But in the very early studies that were being conducted again in collaboration with people in Africa, in the endemic areas where Burkitt lymphoma was so common. One of the characters in the story was Peter Clifford, who was an ENT surgeon, not in Uganda, but in Nairobi, in Kenya, and he was collaborating with investigators in the US and sending serum samples. So he was sending serum samples from his Burkitt lymphoma patients, but of course they needed controls. People with other tumors who apparently would have no relationship to it, just to measure the antibody levels. And among the controls in the very first study was samples from patients with this rare nasopharyngeal carcinoma, this tumor of the nasal space, which, although most common in Southeast Asia, is actually also seen in particular areas of Kenya. And it turned out in the very first studies that these patients with nasopharyngeal carcinoma also had very high antibodies. Now, to the cynic, this means that, well, there's nothing special about Burkitt lymphoma. Maybe many people have got high antibodies. But ultimately, it turned out that by pure chance, they'd struck upon another tumor which was strongly associated with the virus, nasopharyngeal carcinoma. That was a starting point. And from there, the work moved to Asia, to Southeast Asia, particularly to people in Hong Kong, John Ho in Hong Kong, who ran nasopharyngeal carcinoma clinics because it was one of the most common tumors of men throughout southern China. In Hong Kong, he was able to conduct the studies and find that, yes, exactly the same immunological picture came up there. The Chinese patients with the tumor also had very strong antibodies. So all of a sudden, it seems that not one, but 2 tumors were associated with this virus. This was a total shock because the nasopharyngeal tumor was actually a tumor of skin lining cells, of epithelial cells, not lymphocytes, not white blood cells. So it was a completely different cell type. And here the virus was getting in there somehow. How was that happening? Questions that are still actually valid today because some of those issues still have to be resolved. But we now know from molecular evidence that this nasopharyngeal carcinoma is just as even more strongly associated with this virus than is Burkitt lymphoma. So it's a remarkable coincidence that in the very first study, they happened to strike the one other tumor that was so consistently associated with the virus. Great skepticism all round, but actually it turned out to be right. There are, of course, many other such examples. So let's talk about post-transplant lymphoproliferative diseases, the tumor, and a tumor of white blood cell origin that the virus causes in patients who are immunologically compromised, particularly patients who are receiving suppressive drugs, having received transplants. And it took people a while to tumble the fact that this couldn't possibly be associated with EBV. And my co-author was actually one of the people, actually the first person to tumble this. So she will tell us.
Oh, okay. It's the same story, really. But anyway, I've been looking out for tumors immunosuppressive people for some time to test for Epstein-Barr virus because we had a pretty rapid test by that stage. We didn't have to do electromyography or anything. And I just moved to the Royal Free Hospital one day I was waiting outside the Liverpool Tree Kid, and I happened to be standing next to some transplant surgeons who were having a conversation, and I was eavesdropping, and they were talking about their first patient, renal transplant patient, who had this lymphoma. And so I was so excited, I actually didn't have the nerve to say to them straight away, but I scurried back to the lab and contacted the pathology laboratory who had some of this tumour material. And so I was able to get it, and I was actually working in the immunology department at the time. And we staged it up there, and sure enough, it was positive. It was so exciting, I can tell you. We were all really absolutely beside ourselves with joy. And anyway, we published that, and it was the first one, but just one. You know, one swallow doesn't make a summer. But then, of course, other people found more tumours, and they did turn out to be positive for Epstein-Barr virus. So they're another tumour that is associated.
Okay, great.
I'm Juliana McCann, filling in for Clifford Baines, who's starring as Lumiere in the touring company of Disney's Beauty and the Beast. A bipartisan congressional report released this week finds that almost all problems facing the United States are caused by the nation having been built on top of ancient Indian burial grounds. Jason, what's your take on this report?
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, Native Americans covered this country's land from coast to coast for centuries. I mean, their bodies are buried everywhere beneath.
That's right. It's controversial. Pentagon, Congress, every single foreclosed home, they're all built on grave sites and therefore are cursed.
No, that's why the economy is struggling. It's not about speculative bubbles and lax regulation. It's Indian ghosts.
It certainly explains why there are all these poor people everywhere. These ghosts have been destroying the capitalism, so it doesn't work like it should.
No, come on. This is ridiculous. There has to be a logical, scientific explanation for the economy's collapse. It's probably just America's foundation settling. That happens when a country gets to be 250 years old.
Well, efforts to break the curse are already underway on Capitol Hill. Republicans believe that the only way to placate the Indian ghosts is by blood offerings.
Come on. I mean, Indian spirits are not appeased by blood offerings. This is a political move.
You know,
Republicans want the curse to hold so that they can paint Obama as soft on pulled
That's right. That is
and
right.
what about that old scroll tied with eagle feathers that Congressman Harkin's plucky junior staffers found behind that painting in the Senate chambers? Could that contain some sort of solution?
Please, the nation doesn't have time to waste on a wild goose chase with a bunch of pesky kids and that flea-bag cat of theirs.
Well, the White House announced today that President Obama plans to make a peace offering to the ghost of the great Chief Wikibama in an effort to end his plague of bad luck. He's scheduled to venture into the old mystery cave behind Monticello next week.
This is a horrible idea. During the energy crisis, President Carter couldn't make it more than 20 feet into that cave. His teeth were chattering so hoarse. He jumped into the arms of a statue of Neptune and was terrified even further when he saw its face illuminated by a flash of light.
Yes. He had to hide underneath the carpet. I mean, it was very... Isn't it possible that this is all an elaborate hoax? Remember the Savings and Loan Ghost of the 90s? It turns out that was Old Man Greenspan in a Phantom mask trying to scare away day
Are you
traders.
kidding me? The curse is real, and I'm not going to sit down and wait for the government to fix it. So that's why I journeyed up to Tall Mountain and I acquired this. It's a placenta from a rare white buffalo. It's buried in the backyard, and it cleansed it of all Indian aversion.
Oh my God! Spare a chunk of that for me because I just lost a lot of money on a bad stock too.
You know, my husband's company is doing really badly. If I could just have a piece of that placenta.
Can I have a little piece of that placenta? Because I want to talk to you.
What are you doing?
Hold on.
2 dozen were lost at sea during this year's Drowning Man Festival. Get the story later in the newsroom.
With relations with Iran and Iraq so bad, the Americans were pleased last week when President Bush announced that relations with RAF are better than ever. Freedom rings throughout the land due to our recent invasion of that country. Visit really tell we have to credit the administration for coming forward with this story.
They told us, they said, look, they're
there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. We're going to go in there, take them out of Iraq.
I discovered it at the time.
I thought it was smoke and mirrors, but
They were right.
what do you
We
know?
just have to call this the Iraqi miracle. Why hasn't the media been focusing more on this positive story?
With this Iraqi situation, a lot of the media didn't get right on.
As we speak, the streets are being rebuilt. There's a national healthcare system, public fountains. There's 1 hour allotted every day to either fudge ice cream or
We had the
volleyball.
first Iraqi gay pride parade.
Let's be honest here, death sells. I mean, the more interesting story is the war, the destruction, what's happened in the past. Let's learn about Iraq's future.
We have to walk a fine line here because we don't want to set up Iraq as such a success story that the other nations in the area will want us to liberate them and then have us go in there. We can't afford it.
I'm sorry. It's actually led to other problems because the majority of Americans say that they want the troops to come home, but the White House reports that the troops in Iraq are having so much fun they don't want to come home.
They have more water parks now than they ever did in Iraq. And who's going to want to leave that?
Yeah, so how are we going to solve this?
It's ironic because the White House has created a perfect situation that is
We have to remember that liberating a country is fun, but the troops are needed elsewhere, like Marfer.
I'm Juliana McCannis, filling in for Clifford Baines, whose autobiography is due today. With allegations of fraud surrounding the election of Umaro Yar'Adua in Nigeria, how do you think global petroleum markets are going to react, particularly considering their understandable wariness given the crumbling infrastructure and continuing civil strife in the Niger Delta?
Certainly, that's an important question.
Certainly.
One with no easy answers. A lot of issues are in play here.
I agree. This gentleman that you mentioned certainly needs our trust and support now more than ever.
Do you mean Umaro Yar'Adua?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think that the reason that this situation is so volatile is because of the factors involved.
That's exactly what I was just going to say.
I just want to bring some issues to light that we're overlooking here. I mean, we all know clearly that Nigeria has a 14 million population. The main export is uranium. National language is French, and 18% of its livestock is exported. So they have a varied and fascinating culture and economic situation going on. And I don't think that's being addressed here at all.
And also, we want to differentiate between Nigeria and Niger. Okay, those are not only separate countries, but they're spelled differently. Nigeria.
But the real question is, does Yar'Adua have the necessary political skills to implement plans that have already been put into place by Babangida? Particularly, I would say, the International Monetary Fund Structural Adjustment Program.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say yes.
I agree, definitely. The comparisons are there.
But do you see Yar'Adua following in the steps of outgoing President Olusegun Obasanjo, or more like former President Ibrahim Babangida?
First one.
The second. First.
If I'm following you, you're saying that you think he's more in line with Babangida, right?
Okay.
I disagree with that.
They're very different.
With whom?
Yeah.
And you said the first one, right?
Yes, we said the first one.
So the question is, what choice will he be making?
The right choice is to support the right answer.
Right.
The right answer.
To the
and
question.
that's what the question was in the beginning.
Which is the exact answer.
That you said
has
was
to
a
be.
great
I
question.
have to say, though, I disagree.
Yeah, I don't agree with what I said either.
Yeah.
I'm Gregory Dawson, filling in for Clifford Baines, who is the new mayor of Baltimore. A recent survey shows that most Americans are confused about the laws regarding manslaughter. For example, if someone were to pull out of an Applebee's parking lot at 1:30 in the morning last Tuesday and hit a pedestrian walking on the side of the road, would that constitute manslaughter?
Absolutely. I think that far too many of these laws are written too ambiguously.
They're too confusing, aren't they?
Yeah, but in the majority of cases, guilt is going to be determined by the specific context.
Ah, that's a good point.
Right.
Context is important. For example, if a person were to hit a pedestrian while driving on the road at night, couldn't it be argued that it is the fault of the pedestrian for wearing a dark navy blue jacket that's hard to see?
That's the kind of argument that a lawyer would certainly make. Yeah.
Those slimy attorneys, they can use legal loopholes to get their scumbag clients out of absolutely anything.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Great.
Yeah.
You could even imagine one proving the innocence of a driver who hit a pedestrian and dragged him under his car for 6 minutes before realizing that the noise he was hearing was not his brakes, but humans screaming.
I don't.
That's a difficult.
Let's move on. Euthanasia is a big issue. If a person is in pain, say lying on the asphalt, gasping for breath, bleeding out of one ear, isn't it the humane thing to do to put this person out of their misery by stepping on their neck until they die? See, Terrence, you've written that you believe in euthanasia. Do you still stand by that?
In some cases, yes.
Oh shit.
But the example you just cited does sound more like murder than euthanasia.
Murder?
Anyone who does that should get the chair.
New topic. Children. Are they trustworthy? A new USA Today poll indicates that American 9-year-olds were recently sitting in the back seat of their car and watched out the window as their daddies did something very bad. Can we trust them to keep their little mouths shut?
I don't know if I personally feel qualified to address that.
They should turn their daddy in.
Okay, moving on. Does anyone own a hacksaw?
Okay.
Moving on, there are over 1.5 million diagnosed paranoid schizophrenics living in America today. Should our healthcare system be doing more to make sure they are safe to themselves and others by watching over them 24 hours a day?
Yes, we need to monitor these people to make sure they're safe. Hide cameras everywhere they go, in the streets, in their homes, in the eyes of people at the convenience stores where they shop.
Cameras aren't really enough.
I read in a medical journal recently that a number of doctors have already begun to place microscopic tracking devices under the skin of schizophrenics, which is a great way to make sure that they don't get lost.
And this article said here recently that most of them have had no problem with that. It's a very non-invasive procedure and has proven to work very well so far.
And schizophrenics often respond well to pleasant memories from their past. And one technique which might give them a little bit of relief is if we have their caregivers' faces surgically reconstructed so they look like they're the schizophrenic's dead relatives.
Now, some say that we should offer verbal encouragement by implanting speakers in their ears which would whisper kind words to them 24 hours a day.
Couldn't agree more. I think what would be great would be a recorded voice on a loop saying, everyone around you wants to get you, in reference to help.
Of course, we can't have just one voice. We need to have more than one voice because then they know it's a team effort.
That's right. They feel supported by the community, and that's what we really should be going for.
But we have to do more than just calm them. We have to give them practical advice too. Like tell them which bus drivers hate them, which manholes are covering up underground government prisons, which statues don't love them anymore, that sort of thing.
This kind of technology would be expensive. Some people have said to slip it into their minds subconsciously, perhaps through coded anagrams that, let's say, we would hide or encrypt into books.
Definitely. They'll think that they're just reading, standard literature, but actually it will be encoded instructions from people who want to help them.
In newspapers or inside the tattoos of people on the street.
Just the ingredients on a box of cereal, anywhere they might read.
Yeah, this is an area where I think that we could really get some help from the government. We could be using just stealth planes and helicopters to be tracking the paranoid schizophrenics as they're going through their daily lives.
We already have the ability to make everything that's the color red signal data and images back to the government's underground bunkers, and we should be using this technology to help these people.
Actually, it's not terrible.
There is a hole at the bottom of math. A hole that means we will never know everything with certainty. There will always be true statements that cannot be proven. Now, no one knows what those statements are exactly, but they could be something like the twin prime conjecture. Twin primes are prime numbers that are separated by just one number, like 11 and 13 or 17 and 19. And as you go up the number line, primes occur less frequently, and twin primes are rarer still. But the twin prime conjecture is that there are infinitely many twin primes. You never run out. As of right now, no one has proven this conjecture true or false. But the crazy thing is this: we may never know. Because what has been proven is that in any system of mathematics where you can do basic arithmetic, there will always be true statements that are impossible to prove. That is life. Specifically, this is the game of life created in 1970 by mathematician John Conway. Sadly, he passed away in 2020 from COVID-19.
Shit, dick.
Conway's game of life is played on an infinite grid of square cells, each of which is either live or dead. And there are only two rules. 1, any dead cell with exactly 3 neighbors comes to life. And 2, any living cell with less than 2 or more than 3 neighbors dies. Once you've set up the initial arrangement of cells, the 2 rules are applied to create the next generation. And then the one after that, and the one after that, and so on. It's totally automatic. Conway called it a 0-player game. But even though the rules are simple, the game itself can generate a wide variety of behavior. Some patterns are stable. Once they arise, they never change. Others oscillate back and forth in a loop. A few can travel across the grid forever, like this glider here. Many patterns just fizzle out. But a few keep growing forever. They keep generating new cells.
Jesus.
Now, you would think that given the simple rules of the game, you could just look at any pattern and determine what will happen to it. Will it eventually reach a steady state? Or will it keep growing without limit? But it turns out this question is impossible to answer. The ultimate fate of a pattern in Conway's game of life is undecidable, meaning there is no possible algorithm that is guaranteed to answer the question in a finite amount of time. You could always just try running the pattern and see what happens. I mean, the rules of the game are a kind of algorithm after all, but that's not guaranteed to give you an answer either. Because even if you run it for 1 million generations, you won't be able to say whether it'll last forever or just 2 million generations, or 1 billion, or a Googleplex. Is there something special about the game of life that makes it undecidable? Nope. There are actually a huge number of systems that are undecidable. Wang tiles, quantum physics, airline ticketing systems, and even Magic the Gathering. To understand how undecidability shows up in all of these places, we have to go back 150 years to a full-blown revolt in mathematics. In 1874, Georg Cantor, a German mathematician, published a paper that launched a new branch of mathematics called set theory. A set is just a well-defined collection of things. So the 2 shoes on your feet are a set, as are all the planetariums in the world. There's a set with nothing in it, the empty set, and a set with everything in it. Now, Cantor was thinking about sets of numbers, like natural numbers, positive integers like 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, and real numbers, which include fractions like 1/3, 5/2, and also irrational numbers like pi, e, and the square root of 2. Basically, any number that can be represented as an infinite decimal. He wondered, are there more natural numbers or more real numbers between 0 and 1? The answer might seem obvious. There are an infinite number of each, so both sets would be the same size. But to check this logic, Cantor imagined writing down an infinite list, matching up each natural number on one side with a real number between 0 and 1 on the other. Now, since each real number is an infinite decimal, there is no first one, so we can just write them down in any random order. The key is to make sure we get them all with no duplicates and line them up 1 to 1 with an integer.
Look that fucking nerdy. Be like the cool kid. Okay, fucking memory. Locked out. Mongolia.
Against the backdrop of a 1977 Fernando Valley, Licorice Pizza is a gorgeous film full of the same. This has been Rosenthal, head film critic for The Onion. Today, I'll be looking at Licorice Pizza, the latest lavish period piece from auteur director Paul Thomas Anderson. A film whose vision is unfortunately marred by the unsettling decision to use a CGI recreation of actor Bradley Cooper after the star's untimely death in 2017. Telling the story of a young couple navigating their first love against the backdrop of a 1970s San Fernando Valley, Licorice Pizza is a gorgeous film, full of the same deft characterization and sumptuous cinematic flourishes we've come to expect from Anderson. Yet one can't help but be distracted by the frankly ghoulish choice of using digital trickery to bring Cooper back from the grave as hairdresser and producer John Peters. In past films, Anderson showed himself as a skillful director of actors, and this production is no different, with the director coaxing an impressive and city-stealing performance out of newcomer Alana Hart, which makes it all the more frustrating to reveal Karuti by adding what amounts to century to watch the Coopers digitally resurrected corpse. There's a deadness behind the virtual Cooper's eyes, a lack of true human emotion that will haunt viewers. Indeed, no matter how good such technology becomes, this robotic recreation of Cooper, composed of nothing but zeros and ones, still falls squarely into the uncanny valley. It's understandable that Anderson would be disappointed that he never had an opportunity to work with an actor of Cooper's caliber. Before the star's routine trip to Disneyland in March 2017 turned tragic and drowned on Splash Mountain. But the fact remains that one of our generation's finest actors is gone, and for a contemporary filmmaker to reanimate him is an insult to his memory. Admittedly, the CGI used to animate Cooper is at times impressive, extracted, we're told, from his turns in The Hangover and Silver Linings Playbook. Yet, moments like this, when we see through the technical wizardry, only further underline how unseemly the whole enterprise is. Who, in the Cooper estate, signed off on this travesty? And does the precedent set here mean we'll inevitably bring back other late stars like Sean Connery or Andrew Garfield? Simply put, no director, not even one as great as P.T. Anderson, should play God like this. Ultimately, the ghost of Bradley Cooper hangs over Licorice Pizza, painting even those scenes in which he's not explicitly featured with the grisly memory of Splash Mountain's waterway repeatedly sucking up his bloated corpse and sending it back down the water. It gives Licorice Pizza an unintentionally grim and pleasing quality, one that frankly should make the entire cast and crew ashamed. The best I can say, and it is surely damning faint praise, is that Anderson is more successful here than the catastrophic attempt to create a realistic CGI likeness of actor Bill Nighy in 2006's Pirates of the Caribbean: Dead Man's Chest. For The Onion's Film Standard, I'm Peter Rosenthal.
Or I knew this was coming. Try some location. What? CDNS?
I would have never, ever stolen from other people. And the fact that he did what he did, I carry his shame with me. And I'll carry that shame with me probably every single day for the rest of my life.
Because you're white.
When Jennifer Robertson first met Gerald Cotton, he was already building a virtual gold mine, convincing people it was so easy, so safe to jump into the Bitcoin market, even a child could do it. But where did that money go?
I hadn't understood how Quadriga had held money in the first place. I thought it was just a trade. So there was many things about Quadriga that I didn't understand.
Amy, how are you? Investigative journalists Amy Castor and Takara Small have spent years following and reporting on the Quadriga scandal.
Cotton was operating Quadriga like a Ponzi scheme. So whenever people put in their money into the exchange, he sort of used it as his personal slush fund.
Gerald had been using money to buy planes, to purchase homes, to take care of his 2 dogs, which ironically he left them $100,000 in his will.
But Robertson benefited too. She and Cotton traveled all over the world. She started Robertson Nova, managing more than a dozen properties bought with his money. Early on, she was also processing funds, acting as a funnel for customer money on Quadriga's behalf, all the while maintaining she knew little about the company's inner workings and did largely as she was told.
I mean, people were literally showing up at Jerry's house with duffel bags full of money. She was surrounded by cash at all times. And I think the question would have been, did you ever have any questions about how this business operated?
She was seeing the inner workings of the company. She was right there with them physically, day after day. So she saw the money coming and going.
And it's like, it's hard when you like add everything up in the end and kind of think. But too, I also trusted him. Like he was the nicest, caring, most loving husband. He was my best friend. You know, I think it's a possibility that I was wearing rose-colored glasses.
At the time, you thought this is just the way a perfectly legitimate business operates?
Jerry explained that it wasn't illegal to mail out cash under a certain amount, and he said that he also was registered with FinTrack and following all the rules. No, it made sense to me.
It didn't though? I mean, I guess I just wonder if any of that seemed fishy to you at the time.
I understood that the banks were very anti-Bitcoin, and so therefore they had run into some difficulties with the banks accepting cash.
Did it ever occur to you that he might be breaking the law?
It never occurred to me.
But with Bitcoin prices crashing in 2018, investors became suspicious when their money was slow to withdraw. With almost no regulatory oversight, the illusion of Quadriga as a stable, liquid company began to unravel. Then, a devastating turn. Cotton died suddenly while on a trip to India, complications with Crohn's disease. And because he was running the whole operation from his encrypted laptop, it meant the money was gone. One man had the keys, to hundreds of millions of dollars. And
It's like the CEO of a bank dies, and then you learn later that he's the only one that had access to the money and nobody else could get it. And not only that, but then when you take a closer look, you realize that he actually spent most of it and gambled it away.
but his death was kept a secret, and Quadriga continued to accept deposits. It was only a month later Jennifer Robertson notified investors. This Canadian claimed to have lost $500,000.
Yeah, I got brain for it. So no one knew that the CEO was going to die mysteriously in India.
$100 million. Oh, it's like catch it. Well, suffocate or catch it.
Today I'm going to teach you about the 5 most common forms of dissociation and what we can do to prevent them from continuing to happen. Now we're going to learn about the following 5 types. Number 1 is dissociative amnesia. Number 2, maladaptive daydreaming. Number 3, depersonalization. Number 4, derealization. And number 5, dissociative identity disorder. If you're watching this video, you likely know what dissociation is. But precisely, it is when we disconnect from reality a bit, when our nervous system becomes overwhelmed. First, it's important to know that dissociation is incredibly common, and research shows that half of all adults will experience at least one dissociative episode in their lifetime. It's that common because dissociation is a result of us going into what's called our freeze state. Now, I have an entire video about our stress response, otherwise known as fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, and I'll link that in the description. But for the sake of this video, know that we go into freeze when we feel a threat to our emotional or physical safety. And when we feel that threat, we can't fight or run away from it, so we freeze or play dead. It's like our brain pulls the ripcord from reality when we're in freeze state as a way of protecting us from what's actually going on, which causes us to only partially experience the upsetting or harmful event. And because the level of overwhelm or stress can vary from person to person and, of course, situation to situation, the levels of dissociation will vary as well. Before I jump in further, I want to take a minute to thank BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. With BetterHelp, you can access their network of over 20,000 licensed therapists. It's not a crisis line, it's not self-help, but it's professional therapy done securely online. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist. And if you've ever searched for a counselor in your area, you know how long it can take to find someone good or to even get a call back. With BetterHelp, you can start communicating in as little as 48 hours, and it's available worldwide. Go to betterhelp.com/Katie to sign up and get help now. Okay, let's get back into the 5 forms of dissociation. The first form of dissociation I want to talk about is dissociative amnesia. And I want to talk about it first because it's part of almost...
No. Too excited. Fuck off. That's what I've been telling people ever since, by the way, till this day.
We're going to learn about the following 5 types. Number 1 is dissociative amnesia. Number 2, maladaptive daydreaming. Number 3, depersonalization. Number 4, derealization. And number 5, dissociative identity disorder. If you're watching this video, you likely know what dissociation is. Precisely, it is when we disconnect from reality a bit when our nervous system becomes overwhelmed. First, it's important to know that dissociation is incredibly common, and research shows that half of all adults will experience at least one dissociative episode in their lifetime. It's that common because dissociation is a result of us going into what's called our freeze state. Now, I have an entire video about our stress response, otherwise known as fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, and I'll link that in the description. But for the sake of this video, know that we go into freeze when we feel a threat to our emotional or physical safety. And when we feel that threat, we can't fight or run away from it, so we freeze or play dead. It's like our brain pulls the ripcord from reality when we're in freeze state as a way of protecting us from what's actually going on, which causes us to only partially experience the upsetting or harmful event. And because the level of overwhelm or stress can vary from person to person and, of course, situation to situation, the levels of dissociation will vary as well. Before I jump in further, I want to take a minute to thank BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. With BetterHelp, you can access their network of over 20,000 dissociative amnesia. And I want to talk about it first because it's part of almost all dissociative episodes. And this is when we are unable to remember important information about our life. And it's usually the result of a traumatic or incredibly stressful event. It can be localized, meaning that we can't recall events during a specific period of time, like maybe we don't remember the months surrounding that time when we were abused, which is honestly the most common. But it could also be more general, and we can struggle to remember much of our life's history. And generalized amnesia is incredibly rare, but it can lead to us forgetting about things that happened in the world during that time, or even how to do certain basic tasks, and even who we are. Dissociative amnesia differs from someone having a spotty memory or being forgetful because we're usually unaware, or at least mostly unaware of our memory loss. It's like we never knew it happened, so we don't even know that we don't remember it. Does that make sense? Whereas someone who's forgetful can be frustrated with their inability to remember that person's name, right? It's on the tip of my brain. Ugh. Or, maybe we can't remember the directions to our old home. It can be super frustrating because we know that we used to know it and we're aware of that fact, but just can't quite pull it out of our memory. And it also differs from permanent amnesias due to brain damage or things like that because it always has the potential to be retrieved through talk therapy and other mental health treatments. The next form of dissociation I want to talk about is maladaptive daydreaming. This isn't something that's listed in the DSM, and therefore it's often overlooked. But maladaptive daydreaming is when we spend a lot of our time every day in a daydream. And I don't mean that we're just spacing out or thinking about how being on the beach in Hawaii would be so nice right now. This type of daydreaming is more realistic than that. And it gets in the way of us doing what we need to do each day. We put together another life in these daydreams. We can imagine that we're in our dream home or our dream relationship and piece it together in our mind in extreme detail. We can have entire life storylines going with other people. And if someone in our real life tries to talk to us while we're in that daydream, we can struggle to snap out of it. I've heard from members of our community that because of COVID and working from home, they found themselves staying in these daydreams for days and even weeks on end. And while we're in these daydreams, we can still do simple things in our life, like eating or going to the bathroom, but we aren't really present or able to think clearly. We can stumble when we walk or say something that doesn't make sense in our real life. And when we do come out of it, we may not have any memory of what was going on in our real life during the daydream. Maladaptive daydreaming can be something that we've used when we were younger to help us survive an abusive home or to better deal with bullying. And it worked at the time. But as we get older and move out on our own or are no longer in school, we can struggle to stop. And when we get stressed out or have something scary happen to us, we can quickly return to that daydream where it just feels safer. Also, if we don't know how to soothe ourselves so that we feel safe enough to return to real life, we can find ourselves kind of stuck in a daydream for an extended period of time. And it really impairs our ability to function in our life. The next type of dissociation is depersonalization or derealization disorder. But I'm going to break it into two parts because depersonalization is a bit different from derealization. Depersonalization is when we experience a disconnect from our own thoughts, feelings, sensations, body, or actions. We can feel numb, like we're watching ourselves go through life and not actually experiencing it. It can even feel like we aren't in control of what we say or do. And because of dissociative amnesia, we can struggle to remember the times when we're in this state. Many of you have shared that when you are depersonalized, it can feel like you're a robot, or that you're aware of what's going on, but you don't feel anything in regards to it. It's like we have emotions, we just don't feel them. And this disconnect protects us from feeling those intense emotions that are associated with the situation or even a memory of a bad experience. And even though we are disconnected and kind of spaced out, we're still in touch with reality. We just lose track of time and can feel really emotionally and physically numb. Now, in the DSM, they also mention that people can feel like their head is filled with cotton or that our thoughts may not feel like our own. And obviously, as with any mental illness, everyone's experience is going to be different. So feel free to leave your own in the comments down below. How does it feel for you? Moving on to derealization, this is when we are disconnected from our environment, meaning that we feel detached from the things around us and it can feel like we're in a deep fog or everything around us can feel like it's fake or kind of like we're on the set of a movie. I had a patient once describe it as if he was in a cartoon version of his world and everything he touched felt fake or like it was made out of plastic. And he didn't even recognize anything that was around him. And many of you have shared that this disconnection can make everything kind of look black and white or really blurry. It can also affect our sensitivity to noise, making some things seem louder or more quiet than usual. And just like with depersonalization, this is done to protect us from the perceived threat to our emotional or physical safety. And since we don't feel like we can run away or fight back against the threat, we go into freeze and disconnect to save us from having to be present when the scary or dangerous thing happens. And yes, this can happen as a result of flashbacks or trauma triggers in our environment. It doesn't have to be a real threat. Our nervous system just has to perceive that there's a threat or think that there's something out there that could be threatening. And finally, let's talk about dissociative identity disorder, or DID, which used to be called multiple personality disorder. Now, this form of dissociation is characterized by us having two or more distinct personality states. And I'm just going to read you a little bit from the DSM. Because this change in our identity is marked, meaning that there are clear alterations in our affect, our behavior, consciousness, memory, perception, cognition, and overall functioning. These changes can be reported by others in our life or something that we share with our mental health team ourselves. And they call these different personalities alters. Now, when we have DID, we too can struggle with remembering the times when we were in another personality state, because those states are similar to us being disconnected from self, or depersonalization, remember? Many people with DID share how they feel powerless to stop themselves from going into another alter. And once they're in that state, they don't really have control over what they say or do either. Many report that it's uncomfortable to feel like you don't have control over what you say and do. And even worse, because you may not even remember it later on. This can take its toll on our relationships and make it hard for people to know how to communicate with us effectively. And these splits of personality are usually born out of trauma and done as a way to protect us from the pain that we're going through, which is why it's very common for those of us with DID to have an alter that's a protector. This personality can be more assertive or aggressive than we normally could be. They stand up for us, they argue back, and can even shout or fight at the people who get in our way or seek to harm us. There can also be a childlike version of ourselves that emerges as an alter. And this is the softer, maybe even the version of us that was abused in the past. And just like all mental illnesses, everyone's experience is going to be different. But because more than 70% of those with DID have attempted suicide, it's really important that we get into how we can better manage any form of dissociation that we can struggle with. When it comes to dissociation as a whole, grounding techniques and specific therapeutic practices can be the most effective ways to manage it. And using grounding techniques is going to be your best go-to way to cope. Grounding techniques are things that help bring us back into our bodies and environments. And one grounding technique that I have used with many of my patients is called counting colors. This means we breathe, we take a minute, we look around our space. We count the number of things that are blue, brown, red, and go through as many colors as we can. Focusing on the things around us and trying to decipher their color and keep track of how many there are can help keep us in our bodies and environment when maybe a trauma memory or situation tries to make us dissociate. This could be done. Another way to ground is to change our body temperature. And this can be done by taking a cold or hot shower, splashing cold water into our face, or even holding onto an ice cube. And if you live somewhere cold, you could step outside for a moment without a jacket on. And one last grounding technique is called the ABCs. And this is where we go through the alphabet and try to come up with things in the room that start with the letter A, then the letter B, and so on. Again, this pulls our focus to where we are and helps keep us connected to our current experience. Along with using grounding techniques, working in therapy to process and work through any trauma or intense upset we have experienced is going to lessen our brain's urge to dissociate. Since it's a protective mechanism, it's only going to pull us out of self or environment if we feel threatened. So if we can process what we're going through, then our hypervigilance will slowly go away and we won't be so reactive to our environment. And finally, if we struggle with DID, it's best to work with a therapist who understands it and specializes in trauma. The goal of DID treatment is to process any past trauma and to get our alters to work together in harmony. This will allow us to live more calmly and minimize any of the painful or undesirable symptoms caused by our alters. This can also allow us to feel a sense of control over when we switch to another alter. In some cases, people with DID can get their alters to reconnect and kind of fuse back into one personality, but that's not the goal for most people with DID, but it is another possible outcome. As I previously stated, everyone's experience is going to be different. So if you feel that I missed something or didn't offer a coping skill or goal that you think is important, please feel free to leave that in the comments down below. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you found this helpful, and I will see you next time. On the move. Going places, Sean.
snakes are so afraid of embarrassing themselves. And again, there's even this interesting phenomenon where they're also afraid that they're going to embarrass other people who are being embarrassed by watching their awkwardness. Does that make sense? It's almost like this reciprocal sort of a thing. So because they'll never take any risks, they miss a lot.
Oh, I don't want to know that. I don't work on me. Oh, we're doing it anyway.
A brutal clash with potentially hundreds dead after riots broke out between pro-something and anti-something groups this week. We'll have more out of the volatile area the conflict is probably taking place in. And later, still think the elderly can't enjoy K-pop? We've got 3 different studies that all agree with you. From The Onion and Onion Public Radio, this is The Topical. I'm Leslie Price, and if this isn't the news, then I don't know what is. Stay with us. A rash of violence between pro-something and anti-something groups has broken out somewhere over the past few days, and it may be coming to a head. To talk about the escalated tension between those two groups, we're joined now by OPR reporter Charles Dearborn.
Thanks, Leslie. This latest round of bloodletting comes after weeks of public demonstrations and counter-demonstrations that were reportedly sparked by renewed vows from pro-something leaders to get the thing they want, which was completely opposite of the thing the anti-something leaders wanted.
Now, broadcasts have shown rallies, riots in the streets, and even some bodies strewn around the Capitol.
That's right. The pro-somethings and anti-somethings leaders have both said they've experienced severe casualties that should make it clear that the side they don't like is the real aggressor and root cause of all the bad things currently going on.
I see. I assume these two groups have been fighting each other for an amount of time that's difficult for most people to appropriately appreciate and understand.
Yes, this conflict started way back when the person who would go on to create the pro-somethings group did a thing that, while seeming minor to most people, was deeply unsettling and divisive to a person who would go on to create the anti-somethings group. Ever since, both groups have decided they don't like each other.
Right, and is any group showing signs of backing down from the thing they're fighting for?
No, especially after both sides released statements today. Here's a translator for the pro-somethings group.
We cannot sit idly by while our people are killed by an enemy determined to do a thing we oppose.
And the response from the anti-somethings group.
We will never stop doing the thing our enemies oppose.
Well, sounds like this, whatever all this is, isn't simply going to blow over. How has the international community responded?
Well, members of the diplomatic community have unilaterally condemned the latest escalation of violence. They've called for both groups to lay down their weapons and resume talks. Before agreeing, they cannot agree and start killing each other once again at a later date.
And where can people find out more about this complicated issue they will never truly understand?
Books, newspaper articles, journals, documentaries, talking to those involved, dedicating the rest of your life to understand the conflict. Really anything that sheds light on the conflict's historical background and the social, governmental, geopolitical, educational, healthcare, sanitation, economic, gender, flow of illegal arms, ethnicity, and religious issues around it.
Fascinating. That's OPR's Charles Dearborn. Thank you, Charles.
You're welcome.
Authorities in Seattle have launched a citywide manhunt for what they believe is a dangerous serial killer. OPR correspondent Remy Berglund joins us from there now. Hello, Remy.
Hi, Leslie.
So what has led police to believe they may have a serial killer on their hands?
Well, 6 bodies have been found so far, all mutilated and then discarded in various perplexing ways that left the community here stunned. but it's been the similarities between the victims that's most disturbing.
All have been dismembered. Their arms and legs wrapped in waxed paper and dumped in parking lots with a bloody butcher's cleaver left at the scene.
That's Detective Greg Novak, who's leading the investigation. He says police have no suspects and no motive yet, but one thing they do all agree on, the killer is clearly gunning for the nickname, the parking lot butcher.
I mean, grinding up the flesh and stuffing it into casings made from the victim's own intestines, it's like, come on, we get it.
Clearly, the psychopath is trying too hard. Yeah, really heavy-handed. Police were hoping to catch this monster before he went too over the top. That wasn't until the 6th victim was discovered this morning.
The body was found skewered, grilled, and placed next to a side of potato salad. Oh, for God's sakes.
Now, this 6th victim was actually found in a parking garage nearly 4 miles away from where the victim was last seen. Initially, police believed this might not have been the work of the same individual. That is until they found a note at the scene written on what looked to be a butcher's ticket that read, "This technically counts as a parking lot. Call me the parking lot butcher."
Well, let's hope the police can put an end to these contrived murders soon. Thank you, Remy.
Thank you.
This has been an OPR crime report.
And to all the families affected by this error, we sincerely apologize.
That was Northwestern Memorial Hospital's Deputy Chief of Medicine, Dr. Jeremy Quinn. This morning, he apologized on behalf of the entire medical team after a couple's newborn baby was accidentally switched with a random man in the hospital's emergency room. OPR's Marcy Hammond has been following the story. Hello, Marcy.
Hi, Leslie.
So, Marcy, when exactly did this terrible mistake happen?
Well, that's what makes this so scary. 18 years ago, Brianna Welkin left the maternity ward with what she thought was her newborn son, Brian.
Did he look different than his siblings? Yeah, a little, but he had the same dark hair and big goofy smile. But also he was 5'9", 245.
That same day, James Ringgold left with what he thought was his 63-year-old father, Jeff, who was recovering from a heart attack. Both were wrong.
When they looked at Dad's heart, we thought it was a miracle. They told us his heart looked as healthy as a baby's. Turns out, it was a baby.
Wow, as a parent myself, I have to say, this is terrifying. Did either family question the situation?
Well, both were suspicious at first, but administrators at Northwestern Hospital repeatedly told the parents a mistake like this was impossible. According to the Welkins, their new baby cried too much, had difficulty breathing, and was covered in body hair. But when they asked the doctors,
The hospital said the body hair was hereditary, and the crying was because he was just colicky. They told me to try breastfeeding.
And then there was the Ringgolds, who thought their dad was too small, was constantly defecating himself, and couldn't support his own head with his neck.
They said he was just getting older and suggested we think about putting him in a home.
I see. So how exactly did they know something was wrong then?
Well, both parties eventually accepted the situation. What else could they do?
Sure.
Then almost 2 decades later, right after James Ringgold's supposed 81-year-old father, Jeff, went through puberty, the family decided it was time to take a DNA test. That test, of course, revealing that who they thought was their dad was actually 18-year-old Brian Welkin, and their actual 81-year-old father, Jeff, was now living with the Welkins and was about to graduate high school.
It's every parent's worst nightmare. Aside from apologizing, what has Northwestern done to address this?
Well, frankly, they haven't done very much. According to the hospital's president, the mistake was made during a, quote, different time. Now, he says, babies are given wristbands that help doctors track them, and patients admitted to the emergency room are given large headbands that indicate they are not a baby. That said, according to the Welkins, there are still mistakes.
Yes, the odds of this happening are less than 0.01%. But in 2018, a couple's newborn baby was accidentally swapped with an ambulance. So it's still not perfect.
Well, Marcy, I think the only question left to ask is the one that's on everyone's mind. Did the Welkins circumcise an old man with a fully grown penis?
They did.
Well, I think it's high time the hospital puts that foreskin right back where it belongs, free of charge. Thank you, Marcy.
Okay.
Oh, you thought that was all the news for the day? Guess again, muchacho. Here's what else you need to know today. The Federal Trade Commission is cracking down today, announcing that it will be seeking an injunction that would require Facebook to break up a married couple's weird shared account. The Facebook account in question is that of both Lisa and Greg Raymer of Lincoln, Nebraska. Following an exhaustive 5-year investigation into the couple's account, the FTC is alleging the pair had engaged in a systematic effort to creep out friends and family with relentlessly upbeat posts in which they speak as if they were a single entity, and will argue that Facebook should split up the account as soon as possible in order to prevent the couple from merging it with a separate but equally weird account they have for their dog. And if you find yourself spending a little too much time on social media, a groundbreaking new study has found that working at work actually improves productivity. The study, conducted by the Department of Labor, found that the physical act of engaging in a productive job-related activity may greatly increase the amount of work accomplished during the workday, especially when compared with the more common practices of wasting time, fucking around, and just not working. Interesting. May have to give that a shot. And finally, if you're looking to spice up your at-home meals, Instapot has announced that their new popular multi-cooker will now come with a recipe book for easy weeknight IEDs. We've got one at the house and we love it. I whipped up a dirty bomb for the kids this weekend using nothing but some nails and ammonium nitrate, and it absolutely blew them away. I might even have to make another one to set off tonight. And that's it for the topical today. I'm Leslie Price. Join us tomorrow for a look inside the stigma of breastfeeding. Would people be more accepting if we called it titty juicing? Until then, don't forget to like and subscribe to the topical wherever you get your podcasts, just as God intended. See you tomorrow. The news doesn't stop just because this YouTube video has. For even more on all the worst things happening in the world right now, listen and subscribe to The Topical on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, you insatiable news freaks.
This is the Onion News Network, a 24-hour non-stop news assault.
And in Washington this afternoon, Congress attempted to pass a law but failed after neither the House nor the Senate could remember how to do it. For more details, here's Onion News Network Washington correspondent Jane Carmichael.
Hi, Brooke. The bill in question is the Challenger Memorial Statue Act of 2011, which would allocate $50,000 to create a memorial to the Challenger astronauts at the Air and Space Museum. The bill has unanimous support from both Republicans and Democrats, but unfortunately it's been so long since they actually passed any legislation that not one person in Congress remembers the protocol for making a bill into a law.
Well, Jane, you'd think as lawmakers they'd be passing bills all the time.
Well, they introduce a lot of bills, but then usually they get held up in questioning the motives and patriotism of whoever proposed them.
But did they just pass 1 or 2 bills last year?
They did, but each time they had to go to former Senator Chris Dodd to help them through the process. He was apparently the go-to guy for that kind of thing, but now that he's retired...
Well, why can't they just call him?
Well, they did reportedly, but he told them, quote, "I don't work there anymore and I'm not about to do charity work." At that point, several senators tried to go online to find instructions on bill passing, but then quickly became distracted updating their Twitter feeds with disparaging remarks about political rivals and checking Facebook to see if they had any new supporters.
Well, it seems the Congress is in the middle of an emergency policy session to try and jog their memories. Let's just take a look at that now.
As I recall, we say aye, and then as long as nobody says nay, the bill is passed into law.
I know somebody hits a gavel. I concur. I also remember a gavel being involved at some point. Well, in that case, I move that we look up stores where we can buy a gavel.
We'll let the record reflect that we have decided to figure out where we can get a gavel from.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I think, don't you have to tell me when to talk?
Oh, right. You can have the floor.
Now, once it's ready to be passed into law, we email it to the president, correct?
I don't know.
We probably have to glue it into a book where all the other laws are. That makes sense.
Wait, isn't there a library of Congress?
Yeah.
The book with all the laws must be in the Library of Congress.
I move that we find out where this library is. Does anybody know?
No.
I have no idea.
Oh, it looks like they aren't having much luck.
No, but they'll keep trying. Next, Congress will try saying the law on TV to see if that makes it official. And after that, they'll have all of the bill's supporters stand in a circle and shake hands with one another simultaneously to see if that works.
Yeah, well, let's hope they figure it out. And remember, Jane, eyeliner can work wonders. We have to take a quick break now, but first let's check in with another of the Onion News Network's live 365 weather counts, this time from Iowa. Okay, looks like a lot of snow there. We'll be right back.
In Washington today, the U.S. Supreme Court handed down a landmark decision despite the growing number of death row inmates who've been exonerated due to DNA evidence. The court reaffirmed the legality of the death penalty on the grounds that it is, quote, totally badass. For more on the case, we go live now to Onion News Network Washington correspondent Jane Carmichael. Hi, Jane.
Good to see you, Michael.
How did the Supreme Court come to their decision on this ruling?
Well, Michael, it began this morning when the lawyers for the petitioner presented to the court a videotaped lethal injection that showed an inmate writhing in pain before dying. As the tape played, Justice Kennedy said, quote, whoa. Justice Alito remarked, quote, holy shit. And Justice Ginsburg said, quote, that's wicked.
And what was the defense counsel's response to that?
Well, following the video, Chief Justice John Roberts said, while evidence presented to the court indicates a degree of fallibility in the procedural methods of capital punishment, it is the opinion of this court that the practice remains hella fucking balls to the wall awesome. At that point, the decision seemed fairly certain.
Was there any dissent to the opinion by the Chief Justice?
Actually, very little. Justice Clarence Thomas supported the argument immediately, citing the precedent set by the movie 300, in which the offending parties were, quote, kicked into a huge fucking pit. Justice Samuel Alito then stated, yeah, or like Judge Dredd. Justice Antonin Scalia then stated quite loudly, quote, I am the law.
That's the catchphrase from the film,
Yes,
Judge Dredd.
Yes, it is. There followed approximately 1 minute of all of the justices individually claiming that they were the law.
Now, the justices, I'm told, came down with a decision fairly quickly. Is that correct?
They certainly did. The court also took the rather unusual step today of submitting not just a written decision, but also drawings by all of the justices illustrating, quote, more badass punishments.
The final ruling was 8-1 in favor of the respondent. Tell us about the lone dissenting vote then.
Sure. That one came from Justice Anthony Kennedy. He stated that the death penalty is, in fact, too lenient a punishment, and that sentencing inmates to life without parole seemed, quote, way more brutal because it's like they're on some sort of prison colony in the future where they just have to fight for the rest of their lives.
Some Supreme Court experts are saying that today's ruling is similar to the 2005 ruling in Torchinsky versus Peterson, that it is legal to carry a concealed weapon as long as the weapon is totally slick, like a huge-ass machine gun, or carry under a trench coat, like in The Matrix. Is that right?
Right, that's correct. Legal experts are already talking about how this clearly marks a trend towards the Roberts Court being less strictly constitutional and more strictly awesome.
Jane Carmichael reporting from the Supreme Court for us again. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Michael.
Roomba has introduced a fully sentient vacuuming cyborg.
Tech-savvy consumers are lining up today to be the first to purchase Sony's brand new stupid piece of shit that doesn't do the goddamn thing it's fucking supposed to. Onion News Network Tech Trends reporter Jeff Tate has more.
Thanks, Brandon. It's being called the biggest fucking waste of your hard-earned money to come along in years. Sony's new stupid box thing hit the shelves at crowded malls and overpriced electronics stores around the country today.
It's got a whole bunch more memory and megapixels and whatnot than any of the other TV shit that I already have. I can't wait to get home and spend my whole fucking night trying to figure the goddamn thing out.
If you can somehow claw and bite your way through the impossible-to-open packaging, this stupid piece of shit offers a wide variety of frustrating-as-hell functions, including flashing...
No, thanks. I could just go home. I don't want to hear that shit.